We are live.
Good afternoon. At this time, we're going to call the Edgefield County Planning Commission work session to order. At this time, we're going to go into our work session for this meeting. Remember, this is just a work session, discussion, and voting and so forth. Guest speakers, we have guest speakers? Guest speakers?
No, sir, we have no guest speakers.
Yeah, we're going to go into our old business. Our first item here, we got two old businesses. Our first item is major subdivision application at Anderson Point. The Policy ID 126 004004 000 at the intersection of Currytown Road and Millen Road by Blue Sky Priority LLC Dave and Stuart Thompson. I think they're here. I think I see him somewhere. You come up the front up here and Dave Rickenback, the project engineer with Zale Engineers here at Johnson is doing this wet session. So at this time we're going to soon they get seated here. Okay, I think this is nothing new on our agenda. We haven't been in this before, so we're going to start out. I think that's Oliver. You have any comments at this time? We're going to start
I think this is like almost like Old Home Week. We've been doing this for about 6 months now, so.
I'd like to open, I've been informed that maybe I made a few people upset on our first meeting when I brought 85 lots in here. And the meeting did not go the way we thought it would go. And I was put in a position to make a decision quickly. And I was told when we left, I might have upset a couple people. That was not my intention. If I appeared to be angry, I'm not going to tell any stories. I was angry that night. But I had to make a decision quickly, and I didn't have a lot of time to do it. And so I felt like if I didn't have anything good to say, it'd be better just not to keep it to myself. And then we went back, we took everything we discussed, and we came back with a completely new plan. And in that plan, we did consider the future or the proposed LMO that may be coming so that we could try to be in compliance with it as well, not just with what's on the rules today.
Personally, myself, I appreciate you coming in and telling me that because it upset me extremely. When you jerk a piece of plat out of a citizen's hand here in front of me, that really ticked me off. So I appreciate you coming in, being man enough to belly up to the bar, so to speak, and admit to that. So thank you.
All right, I've been asked, my name is Dan Rickenbaugh. I'm the senior civil engineer for Zell Engineers in Augusta, and I'm the engineer of record on this project. I was been asked to kind of summarize the basic highlights of the original plan that had the 85 lots, the more dense version, versus the new plan that went eliminated from 3 streets down to 1 street with much larger lots, generally 1 acre up to 2.65 acres. So we went from 85 to 33 lots. The average density originally was 0.60 acres per lot and is now 1.55 acres per lot, lot density, with the average lot size of 1.12. The largest lot being 2.65. There's a large magnolia tree, as we all know, and with the new plan, we've worked with the Edgefield County Historical Society to maintain that. We've also added a 1.5 times area of the tree drip line is what they call it. So 140-foot diameter area is protected around that, plus a large path of 100 feet wide that will be all the way up to that tree. So I have plenty of access and protection around that tree. So I know that was important to the commission. We've also been asked to delete the lines that were going into the pond, even though that was common practice in residential development industries, including the subdivision I live on. But this particular one, we were asked to not extend the lot lines there, so we've cut those at the bank, at the edge of the bank of the pond. So that was accommodated as well.
Excuse me, was that for the purpose of, can you explain why you did that?
Well, we eliminated that because of the request of some of the members on the commission.
Kevin, can you explain that one?
Yes, the traditional practice is to have the lot line go into the pond,
right.
usually about midway. That secures access for the property owner. Also, if the pond ever changes in level, right? It doesn't leave land where there's a question of ownership. To make the density clear of rather, because what that does is you have acreage that's on the pond, which could lead to confusion of what the actual density is. So by bringing the lot lines to the shore of the pond, you know that the surface area of the pond is not factoring into the acreage of the density of the development, particularly for lot
Whole
size.
surface area of where the ponds are located is considered green space, basically. Is that correct? Is that way they're not figured in the lot size?
Right.
Right.
Okay, and I'll try to wrap this up as quickly as possible. I understand one of the other issues or questions was about the septic system and the septic drain fields. We have tested, I've got the official USDA soil survey of the entire development with detailed soil information, and it indicates that it's sandy loam and sandy soil with a depth of water table being more than 80 inches. We don't know how much more, but it's very deep. So that's not even an issue, being close to water table. I personally, in Lakes and Streams, it's a nice subdivision in North Augusta I live in. I'm on a septic system. There's septic systems all around these 7 ponds in our development that are on septic drain fields. And the way these systems are designed, it infiltrates into the ground. It's protected with the drain system infiltrating to sandy type soil and then absorbs quickly. It provides fertilization, so it's a natural mechanism to improve the quality of that area, but it does not drain further. It doesn't go well beyond the lot and drain down to a pond, so that should not be a concern. So I just want to address that.
Question, where's your subdivision? Where do you live?
In Lakes and Streams in North Augusta?
Okay. Have you talked to anyone in Currytown Station
No, sir.
about drain fields? Do you know where Currytown Station is?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
How far is it from this proposed location?
Yeah, it's about 2 miles. Yeah,
Less than a mile.
okay.
There's a lot of lots in there that would not perk and will not perk.
Right, and it may be a type of soil that they're dealing with. Different
You're
conditions.
Exactly correct, right.
Right.
There's a type of soil in that particular area along Currytown Road that's very, got a green clay, I guess, is what most of them
Right.
talk about. And if you, anyway.
Right, so the profile here is sandy loam. There's no clay at all in any of the levels of soil based on the soil survey.
How many test plots did y'all do?
We dug about
30?
Yeah, probably, with an excavator.
Okay.
Just randomly over the property.
The real proof doesn't come until DHEC comes out
That's correct.
for an individual lot. That's my understanding.
Of course, we also have the USDA information for the entire development, so all the different soil types. So we'll also, as part of this design, do a design of a new detention pond to keep all the stormwater collected from the little bit of runoff from this one road and any imperviousness from the new homes. We'll be collecting this new detention pond that we will engineer, and so we won't impact the existing ponds. And I think the other question was the preliminary. This right now is approval of the preliminary plat. We still have to have a very detailed final set of plans. So we will go into the final phase of design with water design, the stormwater collection system design, everything approved by DHEC, by the planning department here, all the calcs permits required, all that will be taken care of. But we feel like with all the changes that we've made to the plan, it will be one that will be a win-win for everyone, that it'll be in harmony with the other developments in the area, and it'll be a positive development for the community.
If I may, my name is Kevin Pethick. I'm an attorney in Aiken, South Carolina. Austin and Pethick Law Firm is my firm. Prior to having that firm, I have been in real estate development for, I guess I've been an attorney for 25 years, but in real estate development for most of that time. I have served as the in-house counsel and operations director for a large retail developer, probably developed over 30 sites for them, and then in private practice, probably double that in other areas. So I've been to a lot of planning commission meetings, a lot of council meetings, dealt with a lot of subdivision and planning matters. My approach and my strategy has always been to be a good neighbor, to figure out how do we go sit down with the staff, sit down with the commission, work with the constituents and the neighboring property owners and try to figure out, because it's not fun to come in here and have a fight, put you guys in the middle of a political battle, and then just kind of see where the votes lie. And it does take some concessions for developer, and it's something that, obviously doesn't necessarily help their bottom line, but I think it helps their perceptions in the community. In the times that I've done this, I always have that strategy. When these folks called me, they did not call me to come get into a battle. This is not I'm not sitting here to come try to fight with the commission or fight with anybody. They called me to help understand what the processes are, to help them think about ways that they might make some concessions. And I think that where we sit here today is what I would call a success in terms of what I've seen in terms of a lot of developments that they've put together a plan, they've received input, they've made modifications, they've had neighbors that have given some suggestions and staff. And so I think as we stand here today, we have a development that probably represents the appropriate input from various places. And I think that we're at a point maybe where we're ready to go forward. With all that said, in spite of the fact that I don't go taking the gloves off, one of the first things I had to do is coming through, make an assessment. And we heard the county attorney mentioning, the state attorney general's opinion and the fact that there's really not control from the planning commission. So we looked into that. I haven't really dealt a whole lot with undeveloped or unzoned land, but in researching that and looking at that and seeing how the state attorney general's opinion came out, realized that, yeah, there probably is not a lot of ability for this particular body to really control that they could go forward and just give notice that they're going to move forward. And there's a number of lawsuits that have come out of Greenville and the upstate right now where, the county's been sued. They're going forward, and now the legal staff from the counties are telling the commission you can't turn down, these plans on unzoned properties that are on the basis of noncompliance with the comprehensive plan. But in spite of that's my duty to my client to explain that. We still sit here before you today, not with an 85 lot plan, but with a plan that we think takes into account everybody's compliance. We have your staff who's indicated that it complies with everything that is before you, as far as the comprehensive plan, the land use, everything is in compliance. And so even in those cases where there was issues, there was some non-compliance, but yet, and they remain here, and I think that's just a testimony to them. They're a local developer. One of the things that they've said to me is, don't come get us into a battle, but just help us figure out to work through this, because we want to come back and do this again. And I'll tell you, when you represent a national developer, they're not looking to do it again. They're just going to throw it right down your throat and do whatever they can do, whatever the law allows. And so that's the blessing of having a local developer, hiring local people, taking into mind that this isn't the only one that we want to do. We want to come back before you. And so I think that in spite of maybe tempers rose and other things like that, we're here with a plan that we think represents community input, your input, staff input, in a very reasonable way to move forward. And so I guess our main thing here tonight is to see, are we there? Have we arrived? If you still have concerns or comments, can you share those with us? And Dan can probably answer them from an engineering standpoint. But what do you need from us for us to move forward and have positive support?
You have a question?
I have just a couple of questions. Thank you for coming. And how many developments have you worked on in Edgefield County?
In Edgefield County, this is my first.
Your first? Okay. Had you worked with Greystone or Blue Sky properties before?
I have not. I think that generally they just are very cooperative, and they haven't expressed to me they've never had an issue with before.
Never worked with them before in any capacity as in a legal sense. Okay. And you specialize in?
So I specialize in commercial development, and I did a lot of Walmart retail developments throughout North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, as well as other retail developers, shopping centers, and then I've done some apartments and industrial.
Well, let me just tell you where I'm at on this thing. I'm just going to be quite frank with everybody here on this. I don't like it. I hadn't liked it from the beginning. However, I appreciate what you've come here before us, and we really don't have anything. We've got a comprehensive plan that is okay, but it's more at a higher level, as we all know. That's what plans are for the county. We would have had ordinances in place by now if county council had not postponed or delayed our LMO, the Land Management Ordinance, until after sometime in January. We've kept on here with the Planning Commission and going, and every month, every time we're in here, we see more development, and we're just flooded. We're flooded. We have more stuff going on now than we have in the past 25 years total in Edgefield County. So you can see why we're kind of sitting up here and we're like ducks on a pond to be shot at. And we don't like it either, you know? We want to be cooperative. When I came back with Stuart and his dad and all, my first thoughts back, I think you remember my comments and stuff, you probably got those. I said probably 10 to 15 lots in there at a area that would support the type of septic system that we thought we would need for that area. That was my initial comment. We came back, you're back to 33 lots. My gut opinion tells me that's still a little bit too dense. We've got landowners around there that all have kind of various different issues and situations and stuff, and you want to have good neighbors. You don't want to have somebody that's ticked off at you all the time. Plus, they become ticked off at those new homeowners who want to become neighbors at that time. So, I'm not against development, but I would like to see if I could wave my magic wand, which I don't have. I would like to see larger lots. I think making these all private roads in there, I haven't talked to the county. I'm not sure why we made this a private road, which is going to be extremely expensive for all the landowners that are in there to pave that road in 5 to 8 years from now. So, if that's turned over to the county, and I don't know if the county can even takes a road, but it's only 50 foot wide. So I think county roads have to be at least 66. Mr. Paradise, could you comment on that?
Yes, sir. We would take a subdivision road in. The difference is a private road has to be built to county standards.
Right.
Whether it's public or whether it's going to be dedicated to the county or whether it's going to be maintained by the homeowners association. So it's built to the same standard. The question goes to who maintains it. And if it is if it's deeded to the county, then every citizen in Edgefield County pays for the maintenance of that road. If it is maintained by the homeowners association, only those people within that subdivision pay for the maintenance of that road. That's their responsibility. Now, in this particular case, I will tell you, the county attorney has reviewed the covenants and the agreement.
HOA.
And that it meets the standards for the maintenance requirements. You can't just have a you can't just have a private road and leave it private and not have some mechanism to maintain it. And he's reviewed it and said, yeah, and here's the county attorney right here, that mechanism is in there. We were talking about private roads and how you had signed off on the private road in Anderson Point as meeting the requirements of the county ordinance for maintenance of private roads.
So let me make sure I have this straight.
Right.
And I apologize.
I know, make it brief, we got a lot on the
Pull
plate
this
here.
thread just a little bit. Is that,
Mr. Oliver, can I one other thing?
yes.
So that you also have a third one. You have those that's dedicated to the county, those that are private, and then those that the subdivision developer never turns over to the county. And those are the ones that get us in trouble, okay?
Right.
The ones, the private roads and the ones dedicated to the county are maintained.
Okay, so I guess where I'm going at here is the question of, I read the HOA, and it's fairly detailed, and it does state that this is a private road. So what I'm hearing now is that the county had agreed, are you saying that the county would agree to take over that road?
No, sir.
You didn't say that.
That will stay private in perpetuity. It is built to the same standards as a county road.
Okay,
The question is who maintains it? And in this case, with it being a private road, there will be no taxpayer dollars spent on that road. It will all be maintained by the HOA, the people who live in there.
Just like they pay for landscaping or anything else, that cost comes back into
It-
the homeowners.
it's-
to buy.
This isn't that uncommon in some subdivisions. If you go down to Hilton Head, where they have these big areas, where you go in Aiken and Woodside, all of those are private roads. If it is a public road, they can't restrict access. In the future, if an HOA wanted to restrict access, put up a privacy gate or something, and it was a private road, they could do that.
let's get something a little closer in Hilton Head. What about Cooper Place?
Those are still in the subdivision name. Those have not been dedicated to the county, but they're private property in that the developer still owns them.
Oh, so does that mean the developer still has control of that development now because he hasn't sold all of the lots, is that right?
It does not come to the county until there's a certain percentage of lots that has to be developed. I think it's 70 or 75%.
Okay,
And then there has to be a plat, and that has to be submitted, and council has to actually take control of that, and there's some bonding, maintenance type agreements. And none of that has been done on Cooper Place. Right now, that street is not a county-maintained street. It is not a state-maintained street. It's maintained by the developer.
okay, all right, I understand that, and I think that's exactly the way that Anniston Point would be, except down on Currytown Station, it has been around a lot longer, and those roads are paved by the county that were in there. They come under,
Those would be, if they're county-maintained roads, if they're county-owned roads, then the county maintains them. And, we're responsible for, grading or re-asphalting, resurfacing, drainage, all of that.
so if this private road should want to become taken over by the county, it could, because it's built to the same standards. Is
It's
that what
built
you're
to the
saying?
same standards, but I believe that agreement says that in perpetuity it wouldn't. There's always around that and around that, but it's built to the same standards. It would have to be in good shape when the county took it over, though. The county's not going to take, whether it's this road or another road, the county's not going to take over a road that's a maintenance nightmare.
I know we've had numerous discussions here on Planning Commission whenever we've had people went in 9/11 where they had to get a fire truck or something, an ambulance down to a road, and it was too narrow to get the ambulance down, and yet it was a county road, so I know we need to reconcile a lot of those things, In this case, I think what we're talking about is the landowners there would have full responsibility for that, and I have no idea what it would cost to pave a road in there at a particular time, but it's not cheap, So I guess that's why I would assume that
Can answer from a technical standpoint, this will meet the standard width and standard of a county, if it's, just as if it was being turned over to the county. I had been brought in before to verify a road that they wanted to turn over to the county, and we had to have cores done in the pavement, and then I had to write an engineering letter with my PE stamp to state that I verified that it met the county standards.
So what you're saying is it potentially, if the landowners in there all at some particular time wanted to do that, and then if the county, I don't know what the county's procedure is for accepting or denying those, I'm sure there's a process.
That's a council decision.
County council? Okay.
We've had that problem. Okay, we gonna you got one, make it brief, we need to move on.
Pretty important, Fab. I mean, there's a lot of people,
Okay, go
I'm
ahead.
sure,
Okay,
that are
right,
here
okay.
because of this.
Yeah, I know, but
And I think if other commissioners have something to say,
you're right, go ahead,
we should use that time.
you're right, go ahead.
want to thank the attorney for the law lesson. But since you've done that, I'm going to ask you to expand on that. And let's look at the law of ethics. As skinny as it might be, you know, the three of you and the five of us are having a business meeting. The people that we're responsible to are our residents in the community. So if you'd like to expand on that ethics law for me, I'd appreciate it.
Well, ethics, well, I mean, as far as ethics planning, one other thing I would say, and maybe this goes to your point, is that you mentioned the county had not gotten the land ordinance passed quickly enough, but one of the things I'd point out to you, I know that there's more political process we have to go through before that comes to play, but as it's proposed right now, this subdivision plan.
That doesn't have anything to do with ethics. I understand your argument, and I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I'm asking you for the law on ethics.
So law and ethics about which part of this?
No, the law that affects all of us, really. The commission.
Okay. What ethical challenge do you feel like you face? I'm not certain. I don't think.
Where our responsibility lies. I know you're giving us what the law says, and you're telling us that we have to do this, and there's a right and then there's a right. We're sitting here with two rights. I mean, you're absolutely right in what you're saying. We've had this lesson from our attorney, our county attorney, Mr. Marine, and so we fully understand that. However, to be objective, we have to look at more than just have a myopic view of that development. We have to look at everything else around it. And where part of our due diligence is, where's our responsibility lie? You know, we spent a lot of time developing a comprehensive plan, and these people sitting out here had a lot to do with it. Fortunately, their thoughts and visions of Edgefield kind of matched up with ours. Any changes that we made came from the community. That's where our responsibility lies.
And so if you let me finish my other point, my suggestion would be to you that at some point in time, everybody comes together and they form plans, and you're here to interpret those and make sure that things happen. In spite of the fact that
That they happen responsibly. Let me interject.
In spite of the fact that there's really not necessarily a tool or a hammer that you have to enforce it to happen, what you've managed to do as a commission, and I would applaud you for it, is to bring this development through your exchange and through the input and through conducting these hearings to give these folks a voice. You've managed to bring this development not only into compliance with the comprehensive plan, it was already in compliance with the comprehensive plan, but for what the community is visioning for this development in the land management ordinance, this is in compliance even with that. So if that did exist, if that was your tool to enforce something, well then, you're already
You don't
there.
have to reiterate that. We're rewriting them, so I'm very familiar with it. But
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
To follow on his point, first noting that the comprehensive plan is the guiding document, does identify this property as suburban density residential. And this lot layout falls within what that land use proposes in terms of the average
understand
density.
all that.
What he's referring to with the LMO is that they looked at the draft map that went through the steering committee, and it identifies a potential future zoning of the county called residential large lot, which is a lot size minimum of 1 acre. The developers use that as a guiding principle in terms of trying to bring this development in compliance with some of the concerns that the commission had. That way, the discussion of the vision of what this property's appropriate zoning was in future is reflected by the development that is proposed.
Okay, that's future, this is now.
Yeah, I have a comment on that, Kevin, because I've heard that argument for a long time now. But what we did not do is that LMO never made it to the public where their individual parcels were identified as to what that zoning would be. Now, it's out there right now, but it hasn't been through a strenuous public review. We did have listening meetings where we got up to that point, and quite frankly, I had not really looked intently at the zoning map, the proposed one. We wanted to let the individual people, that's why I've said this on numerous times, either on record or in various town hall meetings that our county chairman had. And that is, I really want the people in the county to take a look at the zoning parcels and what has been designated for those, because that will be probably the first time that any of them in the entire county have ever even looked at what their property is being proposed for zoning. So they really haven't had a chance to look at it. And I would say that's also true for the Latham property. So, I mean, I understand where you're coming from. What else did you have to go by? That was it. But it had not been put through. And then we deleted or delayed the LMO until sometime next year. And now here we are sitting up here with nothing. We would have had the LMO would have been approved July or August or before if we would have had, if it would have been on the right schedule. But it wasn't. We've all had this pandemic and it's impacted everybody, and we're all sitting here except myself without a mask on, so.
The bottom line, I just want to finish up because I don't want to go into a rant, but the bottom line is, to me, and I probably can speak for a few people at this table, means that we have to look outside that parameter of the development and look at what's going on around it. And that means the community and the people that live there, the people that drive by there every day. Ethical means doing the right thing for the right reasons for the community. And I want to be able to sleep at night, and that's where I'm throwing my hat in. It's a tough decision to make. I understand the law, but there's also other things that we use as a guidance tool, as a compass, that helps us understand the impact of our decisions and what we're looking at.
But I think ethically speaking, you stand on good ground. I would, Mr. Marine, substitute his judgment for mine on what your ethics are. He's your attorney, but I think your job and your role is to try to balance the interests of the neighboring property owners, of the community, of what you've heard, of the folks that have placed you in your positions. And but I think in this case, when you're talking about a property where you really don't have control over, you've managed in that role of balancing those interests, you have managed to bring this property into conformance with at least what has been put out there as the suggested standard. And I think that in doing that, you've well represented all sides of the equation. And so I think you've met your standard, and I think you've got a compliant plan that should be approved.
Appreciate your time.
A couple of things I've got I'd just like to mention is I appreciate y'all, coming back and explaining the issues that we had the first meeting. That goes a long way. I too have concerns about this development. I have since the beginning. I do think it complies, but I would like to say, you mentioned earlier, these developers want to work in Edgefield County going forward. So I would ask that if this is approved tonight, you guarantee the people sitting in this room and us sitting up here that your work will be good quality, and that, because we're going to take that into account when you propose another development. So we would like to see good quality work in this county, and we definitely want to see the surrounding properties, protected. So just take that into consideration when you're, if this gets approved. That's all I've got.
One other question there, as I mentioned before, my first initial review of this was fewer lots. Is that a consideration?
Economically, if we go fewer lots, it just couldn't happen. It wouldn't be,
What's your break point?
we're at that point. We shaved and trimmed the best we could to get down to the closest we could get to what you had asked, and this is where we came up with.
And your price point's still in the mid-3s?
many square foot, like 25, 2,800?
Minimum, I would say, the smallest house could be 22. I mean, we'll be getting into 3,000 pretty quick.
I think the minimum
I
is
have several
2,500,
plans.
isn't it?
That we already have planned to bring over if we get approved. Unfortunately, I can't show them right now, but if you want to walk through them, they're in River North.
Doc, isn't the minimum square footage 2,500?
I believe he's referring to the size of the residence, not the lot. The county doesn't have restrictions on the size of a house, just lot size.
The lot cost in general will dictate the lot, the house that gets built. Because the property can only get up to about a certain percentage of your total cost of your house before it's too expensive. When you build too small of a house and your lot takes up 50% of your cost, you're not gonna sell it.
And I think it's worth noting that in addition to the squeeze on the acreage and how that impacts this development, the lumber prices continue to just be astronomical. So, I mean, this is a difficult time to be trying to build, despite the fact that the demand is high.
One other question that I have, and this is probably, I'm not sure if it's appropriate at this place, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Since the county council delayed the LMO, is there a way that we can delay development from the planning department? Or do we just have to keep on pushing?
Only county council can put moratoriums on development. If the planning commission does not vote on this development and take action, it will receive automatic approval.
Yeah, I totally understand that component of it, but I was thinking more about, it may be another year or longer before the LMO is even done, so, you're
The
gonna see.
LMO is still a work in progress.
Sure.
So it's really come before council at all. It's not pending yet.
Right.
So
Well-
it'd be one thing something was pending before council and the presentation was made, but right now, we're not even at that stage yet.
No, the county council put it on hold,
Yes.
correct.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir.
May I speak to Mr. Gabriel's point? I think you were talking about the square footage of the homes.
Yeah.
And Edgefield County does not regulate that. But in their covenants, it says, and I'm reading here from the covenant, is size of any such construction must be the minimum size of a one-story structure shall be 2,000 square feet heated. All second-story bonus rooms shall have a minimum of 350 square foot heated. All two-story homes must have a minimum of 1,800 square foot heated. First and 600 square feet heated second floor. So I think that gives you an answer to, when you said 2,500, that's what they're building to there.
Yeah, I just remember seeing it in the LMO as far as we got with it. I remember seeing that number of 2,500 feet, but.
In the LMO, we didn't address building size.
Under the,
I don't think we did, I don't think.
We wouldn't get into that.
I don't think we got it. I agree with you on that.
I was just looking for it. I know it's in here, but I thought it said 2,500, but.
Okay, that we appreciate, I'm not gonna make any comment now, I'll make mine at the business meeting, but, we appreciate you. And just one question, how many lots we down to now? 33, okay, good, thank you. Appreciate it. Our next is, subdivision application for Annalee Cole, which is parcel ID 1630001 025 Triple R Woodland Lake Road by JSMG Development. Gary, you here? Okay. He's a developer with JSMG Development here to join us in this, during this wet session here. So we're going to, I think this is an old business here to Woodland Lake. How you on this, at this time?
Say again.
How are you on this? Any, trying to think, when a comment made before, but we got on, Kevin on this one.
Are you referring to the Aeronautics Commission, Mr. Chairman?
Right, yeah.
Yes, so the Aeronautics Commission provided their review of this development, and they identified it as a conditional compatible land use. Within Zone C, which you can find in your packet in the memo, they recommend a minimum lot size of 1 acre. You will see that in this development, the lot sizes within that zone are smaller. However, our applicant has spoken to the Aeronautics Commission planner, and he feels comfortable moving forward with the plan as is. I will add to that, the lot sizes within the development and within that location are compliant with the county zoning. If the commission wished, they could approve it on a condition of lot size. That would be a decision for the commission, though.
Okay, thank you. Discussion on, anybody have any comment, discussion on that particular one?
I don't think I have any more. I did go by there, and I think the airport comment was the only thing that we had at the last meeting, so I really don't have anything additional. Although I'd just add, we got a lot of stuff to look at.
The plot that you have, is that gonna be included in the present, landowner association that there, or this gonna be separate? You know, they have an association in the area that I think it combined in both counties, is not correct, Aiken and Edgefield County, is that correct? You know, in the area that, that Twin.
Airport
Yeah, they have an HO there, I know, and I'm saying.
Are you asking if
Well, I think that
they're
those,
going to be in the same
in the same,
HOA?
because those houses right border to where you are going. I know they're in the association, you know, where your lots start. Are they gonna be included in the same, well, be an individual association from it?
Ansley Cove will not be in the same
It will
HOA
not be-
as
okay,
Twin
right,
Lake.
okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I've spoken with, so you have the South Carolina Aeronautics Commission,
Mm-hmm.
and then above them you have the FAA. I've been in direct contact with the FAA for weeks now. We
Right.
speak on a regular basis, and based upon their determination currently, even though he can't legally say yes, there was some misunderstanding what Rachel Avenue is, and just for the record of knowing what is going where, you need to be X number of feet based upon the Aeronautics Commission, and that's being 1,000 feet from a runway. The FAA and the Aeronautics Commission in their record and file state that Rachel Avenue is a runway. Rachel Avenue is not a runway. Rachel Avenue is a private road which is paid for by the Twin Lakes HOA, and also a bypass area that a plane can use, neither considered a taxiway or a runway. So with that being said, the zoning requirements that Kevin's referring to would technically omit after they rezone and find out that Rachel is not a runway, if that makes any sense. I know the FAA is smart, but again, they just had their documentation off there. And that is given.
Any more comments on this one? Okay, we appreciate it. Thank you. We're going into new business. At this time, we had a land development application from Solia, which is Policy ID 1510000. 011, 013, 016, 020, 026, 036, off of Oaks Road. Cadis Solia LLC. Ben, you Ben?
Yes, Ben Manning.
And who, other gentleman?
Michael
Michael Frey, okay. They're the coordinator with Cedar Creek Renewable. And they want to join us during this wet session here now. They have an new application on this area, you know. Open up for discussion. I think you got about, what, 1,600 acres? What you have, Fred?
Yeah, so the entire property there is roughly that much. You know, that's the land we're leasing from the landowners. The disturbed solar acres that you see there are roughly 950. And the actual solar farm at the end will be roughly 750 acres. The reason for that discrepancy is the goal is to have a canvas that is as large and as wide as possible, so when things come up later on and when the engineers take on the project, that we have as much room to work with. What we have there is, again, the entire potential area that we could build upon, that you see on the map, as sort of the bracketed, shaded area.
Okay.
And if I may, real quick, I guess I just want to point out the changes that we made from the last site plan. We removed the area sort of closest to Turkey Creek down there, south of the transmission line that you can see down there.
Can you point that out, Kevin?
It's sort of the area west of there, so it's the area sort of west of the shaded area. Yeah, it's that area that doesn't have the brackets in there. I think one of the points of feedback we got was that we were close to Turkey Creek down there, and so the goal is to get further away from that. I think that was one goal of that. I think the other thing that we realized in reviewing it just this week is actually the small budding out portion, the far southeastern tip that is bracketed there at the far southern piece. That's only 250 feet away from Turkey Creek. We're not going to build on that, and so what I would propose is that we would go ahead and remove that very, very small area down there. It's that south of there right there that we would remove that, and so that would mean the closest solar panels that we would have would be roughly 600 or more feet away from Turkey Creek.
Can you point it, just to get myself oriented here, I drove up there today, it's a huge area.
Yeah.
Can you show me, Kevin, where Jerry Road is on that map?
Sure thing, let me pull it up.
Just to kind of help me keep oriented, because I mean, I saw at least three zoning signs out there in various areas, but I had no idea where in the heck I was, you know. It is very rural, a lot of trees,
Yes.
so.
That right there is Jerry, and that's Oots, and this is the property under discussion.
Oh, so I wasn't even hardly close then, was I?
You was in the air, you was in the air, you.
In the area. I saw zoning map, or zoning signs put out on the road.
See, Oot Road swing through it.
How many signs did you put out, Kevin?
I believe we put out 2 signs?
Okay, I saw that one, Doc. Okay. So, all right.
Piece of property for 2 signs.
Yeah, yeah. And our small little yellow signs do show up a little better over there, but anyway, that's a huge area, you know.
So one of my concerns I brought up at the last meeting was the decommissioning, and I see you've submitted a decommissioning letter. Can you just kind of run through some of that? It looks like your company will take possession of everything you put in the ground out there when you leave, right? All the steel, the electrical, the conduits, you're gonna take it all with you?
Yep.
You're not gonna leave it for the property owners to have to deal with?
Nope. Nope. And yeah, I think, so the 2 things that we've provided are the decommissioning plan, and then there's another document, the proposed decommissioning language to be included as a condition of approval, which I believe y'all should have. And so the decommissioning plan is required by the Edgefield County ordinance, and so that's, again, the plan to decommission. And then the other one is something that we've done that I like the language of, that effectively says that what we believe now and what professional engineers believe now is that the salvage value of the steel, solar panels, and all that equipment will be larger than the cost to decommission the solar farm. If that changes in the future, we want to make sure the money is in place that hypothetically, if Cypress Creek Renewables or someone else says, hey, we're not going to do this, which legally we have to, but hypothetically if we don't, that there's a bond in place that allows for that. And so what we've proposed is we have the decommissioning estimate attached, which again says that the cost to decommission is less than the salvage value. We'll do another one before we go get our building permit. And again, the same thing happens. We don't have to put forward a bond. But every 5 years that the project is in operation, we'll come back and do the same thing and have a South Carolina professional engineer do the same thing and say, hey, this is the cost. And if the cost is greater than 0 to decommission, we'll put forward a bond there. So again, if Cypress Creek Renewables or another company that happens in the future steps away from it, that will sort of have the money there, again, that the county can put forward to decommission it. So those are the things that we've done to comply with the ordinance and go above and beyond.
And can you tell us a little bit about your vegetation border you're gonna leave around the farm? Aren't you gonna leave a border of trees?
Yeah, so what the ordinance requires right now is sort of a 5-foot vegetative buffer. So that's what we've included here. I think we're happy to talk more about leaving existing vegetation along the western side, I think is the spot with the most sort of nearby houses. There's a little bit along the eastern and southeastern side, but I think we're happy to talk about that along the western side, leaving some existing vegetation as well as adding our proposed sort of required 5-foot buffer yard sort of behind that. Is something we've done before.
Mr. Paradise, what kind of revenue will this generate for the county?
About $112,000 annually for both the, divided between the county operations and school operations. And that would be new money.
Does that include, to the landowners?
No, sir. That's how, that would come
That's just
to,
revenue for the county.
that would be the county, fee in lieu.
Other question is, Mr. Marine, normally having these bonds like this for something like that, is that a good idea?
Yes, it is, because it protects you in the future, yes.
Okay, now, this bond is in escrow, right? I mean, you got the money is guaranteed, with the guarantee, you know, as far as, you know, like, I know we put up bonds on different stuff, so it would be an amount that is feasible to do the cleanup, and this would be guaranteed.
Well, it
That's
would
what
be, it
I'm
could be
saying.
a bond, or I believe they said a letter of credit. And basically, if we need that money, we could go to that bonding company or that letter of credit company, you know, whoever gave that letter of credit, whatever financial institution, and that money's there for Edgefield County or whoever's named on that document, to recover that. I'll give you an example that we ran it with, y'all are familiar with some of the partnership we did with the Water and Sewer Commission to extend some sewer lines, and those developers had to give us a letter of credit in case that development didn't go forward, that we could recover our investment that's in the ground. This is the same thing here. It's to protect the county taxpayers, so that it doesn't come back on the property owner, it doesn't come back on the taxpayers. You know, it's where it should be with the provider.
One quick question about the fencing. I understand it's like a 6-foot fence, like a chain link fence or something like that, or?
Yep, it's a barbed wire chain link fence as required by electric code.
Okay, just to keep, you don't wanna have people come wandering in that area.
Right,
Very
exactly.
true. In those areas where you were near any adjacent landowners, would you be willing to enhance whatever it is you need to in those areas as far as shrubbery or slats for chain link fencing to ensure that they didn't have to look at shiny little things out there in the forest?
Yeah. I mean, I think if we're looking at the site plan, I think the area that comes to mind is along that western side there.
Okay.
Is that, I mean, I guess.
I think that would just be a great neighborly thing to do, and just to commit to doing that.
Yeah, I guess in terms of distance, I mean, something like 30 feet, is that a good number, or is that a good starting number, or?
Well, to me, it depends. You know, I'm gonna put my 2 cents worth. I've been doing some research. I'm trying, and I've been visiting some sites and so forth. And one of my concerns is, now this solar system, it involves batteries, right?
So this one will not involve any energy storage on this
On the
site.
site.
Right. There are very, very small batteries that the inverters might have or a transformer might have, but those are normal batteries that you might sort of have under normal mechanical installation, but not these massive Lockheed Martin, Tesla batteries, that we are not going to use any of those here.
So, you're talking about what, probably, okay, my concern is I don't want any contamination.
Exactly.
Cause we got water problem in that area up there. We got people that can't hardly get water in our whole north side.
Yeah.
And we can't get water up in the water authority the way it looked, like 40 years we won't get any water.
Yeah.
And I'm concerned about that, cause some of the people got wells that close to that property. And I'd love to see more than 40 or 50 feet from that area in case, you know. That's my opinion.
Yeah.
And I'm familiar with the area, and I've checked it all out, and I've been knowing, you know, in fact, I came from that area.
Yeah.
And that was one of my basic concerns on that. And also in your grading, are you gonna keep, how much do you get out the natural contour of the land when you clear it off? And what are you gonna do with the, you know, all the stumps and stuff? Do you clear grade, how you?
Yeah, so we unfortunately there have to stump and grub and engrave to the necessary grade. We try as much as possible to keep it to the grade it is now.
Otherwise, you swing.
Right, we try, but the way the trackers work is, again, they're north-south facing, they rotate throughout the day, and those need to be on a relatively flat surface. So the ones right now can handle a 5-6% slope tolerance. We hope that by the time this happens, and there's some right now that can tolerate 7-8%, there's some on the market that can tolerate 9-10% slope tolerance. So again, that's meaning that the slope can be up to 9%. And so the goal is, again, to do as little grading as possible, because it's money for us, right? We want to use as little money as we can to build this to make sure the project happens. So again, the goal is to do as little as possible. We will have to do some out there. It just really depends on the final racking that we come up with and what the tolerance is there for the slope and what is out there after we stump grub and see what's out there.
So would you be coming back to us for another final plan, which would have the grading, so to speak, and things that you're going to do there? I don't know, and maybe
It
something
could be
else.
approved on such a condition.
Okay. One other quick question. Would you just relay to everyone here how you're going to transmit directly out onto the grid? Is that correct?
Yes, so at
And the only thing that you may have there would be some diesel generators that may need for emergency type power or something like that. Is that correct?
Yeah, we may have generators. We tend to tap off of the local utility lines if we need any power. The point of interconnection is that sort of most eastern point, which is sort of the far eastern there that you can see in the site plans. There's sort of a empty grid on the far eastern side. And that's where our proposed point of interconnection is to the grid. And the way it works is...
Everything would feed into that.
Yeah, so the way it works is, again, there are these panels that operate in DC power, and for every roughly 20 to 25 acres of solar panels, there will be one inverter that converts the power from DC to AC. From each of those inverters on the system, they operate medium voltage underground all the way back to the point of interconnection, which is, again, that far eastern point. So that's the way we put the power onto the grid.
I know a lot of people weren't quite familiar with
Yeah.
that, the process. I don't think we have had, in fact, I don't know if we have any in Edgefield County other than, well, Aiken County, Bettis Academy Road there.
Can I sorry, come back to your point about the buffers? What was the setbacks and buffers off of the property lines or off of the
I mean,
wetlands?
okay, right at the, when you come to Oot Road and Adam Road, in that corner in there where the residents are, how far back, that property, I don't know exactly, I didn't look, see it, what side property they got there, but, well, you know, kind of, I would like to see a real dense buffer, you know, around those neighborhoods. And then when you go back down, I'm trying to think of anywhere else. I can't think right now. I've done some research, I haven't finished up on it. And, I tried to pull up my TOPO map, topographical map from, you know, and I haven't been able to find it yet. In the cemetery, I was told there's a cemetery back there somewhere. Are you familiar with it, where it is too?
Yes, there
I want to take a look at that.
Yes, so there is a cemetery there. The way it works is, again, we do some preliminary environmental assessments. We do a biological survey, which looks at endangered species. We do a phase 1 real estate assessment. We'll do a wetlands delineation. You don't really see those on the map here because we're still pending regulatory feedback from either the State Historic Preservation Office, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, and so there is a cemetery there. It's generally there. We don't know exactly where it is. Our consultant wasn't able to locate it. And so the way it'll work is, again, we'll get approval from y'all. That'll say, hey, we can spend some more money to go talk to an archaeological consultant who will go out there, find where the cemetery is, and hopefully there's some clear, this is exactly where the cemetery was. If there is, great, we'll figure out a setback off of that, 50, 75 feet. If there's not a clear sort of, hey, this is exactly where the cemetery is, we'll do some ground penetrating radar to figure out where the bodies are buried and figure out where the extents of it are, and then create our setback off of that. So that is somewhere on here. It's roughly in that sort of western area south of Oots Road. It's roughly in there. It's where it's sort of in the middle between those two streams on the west. It's somewhere in there closer to the road. And again, we'll buffer off of that. We have to do that, but we just don't know exactly where it is yet.
Well, I'm waiting for the military department to send me the typo. You know, I did typo for the state. And I should be able to find it, but I'm waiting. They haven't sent me the map of that area yet for some reason. And I should be able to find it because it go way back. And we can pinpoint it. Okay. That's all I have at the moment. Anybody else have any more questions? appreciate it. Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to make a comment here. This is one of the times whenever the planning commission was actually looking ahead and accomplish something. About 3 years ago, Mr. Burt, Mr. Chairman, you came and said, we need to have a plan for these solar farms. And until that time, there was no regulation in the county. And because of that, it became a conditional use. And planning commission came up with regulations and county council approved them. So that was one time you were looking forward and we're better off for it. I don't know if you remember that or not, but it's been since I've been here.
Right, you may have to go check my record, right? But I'm not saying, I'm not disputing you on that, right? But you need to change it.
This Fab's seen about 5,000 planning commission meetings, though.
Cause see that land, all that land was cotton fields in my days. And see, I knew when all the cotton field wasn't a pine tree nowhere hardly back, when you go back, you go way back, I'm up there in age and, I know the territory fairly good, right? Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Okay, let's see where we are now. Land development application for corner boat storage. Parker ID 08000105700 Woodland Lawn Road by Corner Boat Storage, LLC. Mr. Cutrick, the developer with Corner Boat Storage, are you here? And Aaron, okay. He's the project engineer, the Steve Creek engineer, and they're here, so they're gonna join us in this at this time. We're gonna go into this. Any questions? Any comments from you?
No, sir, I presented this last month. Y'all had very minor comments on buffer yards, the entrance drive, stuff like that. All those comments were incorporated. We're back here tonight for a vote. So hopefully all comments were addressed.
Did we have a comment about, being able to, the gate, where you,
Yes,
if
sir.
you pull in there and how far has that changed? I haven't
Set
looked.
the gate back, 75 feet.
75 feet, and that's big enough to get any trailer, fifth wheeler, whatever you have come in there and stuff. So they just come in and want the same gate and they'll go down wherever and then come back out the same gate. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's all just a gravel storage for now, no cover over anything, chain link fencing around it?
No, sir, I'm gonna permit it to be covered with DHEC for the runoff and the pond slides and stuff, but the owner doesn't have funding to cover it at this point, so I'll do a phase 2 thing. But trying to get spots on the ground now.
Okay. The only other landowner that's around there is Sportsman's Corner, right?
Yes, sir, and the property owner is selling.
Correct.
Did we have a conversation about that driveway in and approach?
Yes,
Is that concrete, gravel, asphalt?
it's gonna be paved to the limits of the DOT extent, and then it's gonna be stone after that.
Okay, that's,
When they want to start construction if they get approved?
As soon as I can design it, probably, timeline, waiting on DHEC, probably be February.
Okay. Thank you.
okay.
Any more? No. Appreciate it. Land development application with T&W after-school program, Parker ID 18105000024 at 11 Calhoun Street by Annie Bush. Is Ms. Bush here? Okay. It's a new application here, so you want to explain to us what you have, man?
Greetings, Planning Commission. First, I would like to thank you for your time and consideration. I am representing the TNW After School program as we are in search of a new brick and mortar location. The initial opening of the A&B After School program was some 15 years ago. Since this time, we were able to provide a variety of service to the community. We've seen students who are trending towards being placed in remedial classes ultimately go back on track with their counterparts, excelling predetermined expectations. We have also been able to mitigate students struggling with behavioral issues and difficulties. Our mission is to provide children in the community with a safe environment to learn, post-school hours, as well as to provide supplement food and emotional intelligence preparedness to our students. We have been able to provide tutoring to low-income families, homework help and counseling, as well as education on nutrition and civics through service learning projects. 4 of Edgefield County's elementary schools receive Title I funding. This means that a certain percentage of students are receiving free or reduced lunch based on a poverty index. For this reason, it has been important that we provide food and snacks to students when they arrive. Due to COVID-19, the disparity between those with access to broadband internet service has been exacerbated. The after-school program will be able to take the stress away from families who aren't in the area that is served with broadband access or those who can't afford it. By providing students with this access, we will be able to abide by social distancing regulations as a means to provide a healthy space and efficient space. The hours of operation will be 4 hours per day, and the ratio will be determined by the local fire marshal standard. The after-school program also will be able to provide affordable child care to those who are unable to find suitable child care otherwise. It is our goal to continue to provide valuable and necessary service to the community. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. Well done.
Thank you, young man. That was great. That was good. Are you Miss Bush?
I am.
Yes, ma'am. I drove by your proposed facility today, and it does look like, do you have any problems with any of the landowners just across the highway there?
I spoke with them and they are agreeable with what's going on.
Okay. Yeah, so you're ready to start moving ahead with the renovation. How long do you think that will take you?
We've already started. We just wanted to get, your permission to, to reach out to the community and the parents to let them know what we are doing.
This is the old building across from the barber shop?
Yes.
That's the whole complete building? The whole building, right, okay.
Well, that was a restaurant or something previously?
It's a barber shop.
A barber shop?
Yeah, it's
He
a
never
barber
opened
shop.
as a restaurant. They started out, he never opened because I think it had I was with a sewer water problem there.
It was
A sewer, I think.
it was sewer. I'm well aware of that.
So what do you have a septic tank there or what?
It has a septic, right?
I'm sure that Doc has looked at this thing in a sense of that, does it have any asbestos or whatever those requirements are that you guys look at? Could you just run through those, please?
Yeah, it's an existing building. I think when I was a child, it was actually an antique store.
Right, yeah.
But it's a B occupancy building, so it's a business occupancy. They're not changing that. I did go out and do a site review of the building. They've done some minor, maintenance, painting, flooring, that sort of stuff. The building's in good shape, generally speaking. There's no major maintenance issues that they have to do. Replace a few fixtures, that kind of stuff. But there's nothing really about the building that needs to be altered significantly. It has a restroom that's probably large enough for 4 wheelchairs to fit into, so they got plenty of space. It has a kitchen area. It has a classroom. It has a raised pavilion that they are going to turn into a computer area, if you look on the map up there. It has a very large open area behind the building, so they could have outdoor activities if they put a fence up or something of that nature. But there's no building code issues on the building. It's in fairly good shape, so they shouldn't have to change very much.
Can I ask you a question with the way that it is, as far as that being that close to the road? How will you propose, and it may not have anything to do, but how will you propose as far as the age of your children that close to the road? Will you all be putting a fence in there, because that part around there is real open, and the front of that building is very, very close?
The age is 5 to 12, and we don't have to use the front area, the back have an entrance too. And we can, use that as, because of the road, what you're referring to. We can use the back of the building for entrance.
Okay. So as you're using it, the kids are playing around the back, I mean, if anybody was to come in, it was to get in front of does that building, I know it don't have cameras or anything like that in it.
Say that again.
The building doesn't have, y'all proposing, are you putting cameras in there? So, well, I guess I'm just worried about the safety of the children by being so close to the road, even if they're in the back. And you're saying that there's no fencing whatsoever, the building just sits here, and then you have that big area in the back. But just supposedly some child was to, not saying unintended, but if they was to wander off, how would that?
Imagine that.
What we are dealing with now with the COVID, we can't do a lot of that right now, the kids gathering together. But if we are doing activities and aerobics and stuff, we will be doing a lot of that on the inside.
Oh, okay.
We will give access to the outside. It won't be about, 2 or 3 at a time because we can't do all that. Social distance, we got to do it.
Well, I'm commending you on that. That's a good place for that. I'm glad somebody's doing something with Johnston. That's my district. So, yeah, yes, ma'am.
Appreciate it, thank you.
I like it.
I think it's a great
I like
use
it.
for it.
I like it. I
Great-
like it.
Great place for it.
I like it. I pass the word on too.
Okay, now we have, item D, perfected land development for Coastal Carrier Company. Russo, you here? They're here to join us on this particular ID 126-0003-067 on Sweetwater Road. It's your first time before us, I believe, isn't it? Is it? Okay, so you wanna explain to what you, have in mind here?
What we're proposing is, we own a small trucking company, five units, and, we're wanting to work on heavy equipment out of that facility also. We work on track hoes, bulldozers, mini excavators, bobcat equipment, stuff like that, of that nature. We're looking to store our 5 trucks 2 days a week. Generally, they're home Friday at some point in time, and they generally leave back out Sunday. We'd be storing those there those 2 days a week.
Quick question for you. How are you related, or are you related to Timothy Russo?
Yes, sir.
In what capacity?
That's my father, but we haven't spoken in probably 12, 15 years. I don't have any association with any of them. I don't speak with them.
Okay. I don't want to get into it.
No, no.
You're going to be about 200 yards from them.
I'm already 200 yards from them. I live in Cooper Place, so I had to ride by that junk hole every day, so.
Yeah. Well, you said that, not me, but that has been a contention that I've had out there.
I've called 100 times about them blocking up that stop sign on Currytown. Nothing's been done about it, but, it is what it is.
You hear that?
I brought it up to Mr. Singletary too. It's junk. It's straight junk out there.
And they were going to be moving, they came before this planning commission and told us that they were moving over there behind, the pest control guy over there, and, that went nowhere. So, they're still parking on the highway out there, so, that's not your issue.
Absolutely.
I just didn't know if you were related with them or not.
Unfortunately, yeah. I'm just gonna be honest with you here.
Yeah. Well, I appreciate honesty. That is always good. That's what we try to be here on the planning commission, is honest. Back to your facility again here. You're gonna be pulling big 18-wheelers in off the road there, is it?
That's correct.
Please tell me you're not gonna do what your dad did.
No,
over there.
sir.
You're
No,
gonna be
sir.
pulling way back in there.
Yes, sir.
Behind the building.
It's gonna be class acted. All the parking will be back behind the building. I have to go up and down that road. I don't wanna see it. I don't want nobody else to see junk, so it'll be tip top like Palmetto over at door right next to me. It'll look good. I promise you.
Okay. Well, as we've all said along here, you know, we love Sweetwater Road.
I love it
Yeah.
too. I've lived on that road my whole life. I ain't moved 2 miles up and down each way of it.
And, you know, the landscaping done between, Cooper's Place and out there where Tavern Hill is gonna be going in, we want to have some kind of continuity in having a business. I think that would be one of my recommendations, is that it following that same format
And
that goes on.
it will, because Charles Blackston wouldn't have sold it to me, nor would R.D. Brown have sold it to me if they thought it was gonna look like junk. I mean, those are
Charles,
class act people.
is he here tonight? No, not yet, okay.
I mean, with that being said, they wouldn't have done nothing to jeopardize that road and the selling of what they're trying to do.
Thank you. No, I appreciate that, so.
David, anybody else?
Nope.
You know, what else?
I'm good.
Okay, appreciate it. Yes, sir.
Thanks for coming in.
Proposed land development application for the Tree House project, which is ID 01900000007, triple R, on Rouse Road by Anthony. Is that, how you pronounce that one?
Mizuraka.
Moraka?
Mizuraka.
Mizuraka, okay. Okay, now you, plan to, Tree House project, explain this to us, what you got in plan. I know where it is out in the middle of nowhere, right, okay.
So my wife and I, we purchased 11 acres last year, and we spent the last year clearing it. It was full of junk and trash. The last tenant that lived there used it as looked like a landfill, so we finally cleared it out, and we live in Aiken County and wanted somewhere to come for the weekend to get out of the city, you know, put our boat, we were gonna build, and we've always loved tree houses, so we found somebody to build them. But it was hard finding somebody to build because nobody's gonna come and build one. So we wanted to have a 600-700 square foot tree house, couldn't find the spot to put it, so we separated them into 2 different buildings that are connected. So our primary goal is to use it from the spring and summer, and at the end of the year, have the ability to rent them out on a short-term or long-term basis. Because there's a lot of, you know, fishermen that come in and out of there, you know, short-term workers, and I think, because we just want to be able to use it like a lake house during the summer.
I believe I drove by there this afternoon, walked up into your driveway, and your dogs were barking or whatnot, but, you gentlemen there, I believe there's a camper trailer backed in there and stuff now. I didn't come any further than the edge of the county road and stuff there, but I did kind of take a look at it. So, have you talked with any of your other neighbors around there?
I've met all of them.
You have?
Mhm.
Okay, that's great. I love that. I love that landowners talk to their neighbors. Isn't that a really nice thing to do before they develop something? So, it's just amazing. So how big are these tree houses going to be, so to speak?
400 square feet.
400 square feet? They'll be up in the air. I see that it dips
So
off
yeah,
down there.
And that was my goal, is, again, to be a good neighbor, and have them down to where it's gonna be overgrown to where you're not gonna be able to see it. And
No.
we've done a little more clearing, because they had asked for parking space area, so we cleared out a little bit of area for where we could park at. But you shouldn't see anything from the road.
So is your plan to build all of them at the first time one go, come in there and do them all? Is this the,
I'm Chad Tracy, I'm with Patriot Construction, general contractor.
okay. And these will be on like, what, 6x6s or something
That is correct.
in the ground?
And nothing will be coming through a tree, it'll be coming through the decks around it, giving the appearance of, because, you know, they want to spend the money and then the tree rot and the whole house goes down.
Okay, so that the house will actually just be trees around it. Okay.
The decks around it.
Decks, right, okay, all right.
It's not like Treehouse Masters is coming
No,
to
yeah,
South
well,
Carolina.
to be honest
are
with you,
they?
when I was looking, I couldn't find a builder. I contacted them, but their minimum was 350,000 per building
Yeah,
out there.
we're not quite in that. Now, so then you would be, when you weren't using them, you may either rent or.
And that's what, and we didn't want to be
B&B or-
upfront and not try to get, our goal is to use it as a lake house, but if we're not using it, I would like the option to do, someone wants to come for the weekend, go fishing, have them use it.
So would you be then removing your camper trailer then?
Oh, yeah, we just got finished clearing, it's coming out as soon as he starts after he finishes construction, it's out.
Would one of them be built, wouldn't be built up there where the camper is? would
No,
it?
they're all,
to
as soon as you know that driveway you walked in,
Yes,
there's 2 roads that split, right
right.
there. Yes, sir.
Okay, all right, I understand that.
You'll notice the parking is well separated from the structures. The goal is to very surgically place these back in the trees and utilize the trees around them, minimum impact.
Great. I love the innovation. This is what we need. I mean, these things are really hot items that are being rented throughout the state of South Carolina everywhere, especially in the upstate area.
And we've stayed in a couple, me and my wife, and some of them, the older ones, no AC, they're run down, they don't look good, but our goal is, when our friends and family come, you're gonna be in a tiny house in the air, and it's, you're in nature.
Septic system or
Yes, sir.
one system for,
Two.
2 systems for 2 on 2?
DHEC's already been out, evaluated the site, and in some of our submittal documents, that information was included, I believe.
How high in the air are they?
It depends on,
Depending on the terrain or what?
yeah, but like I said, our goal is, you can't see the roofs from the road. The second ones up top are gonna be a lot farther down, so they'll have to come up a little higher than the first 2, because the grade going down is not as steep.
13 to 14 foot at the highest point.
Okay.
I don't think you'd see them from up there, and this area is just, everyone here knows where the Parks Hill Christmas Tree Farm is, so
Right, yep.
as soon as you go past it, on the right is Sprouse Road, and these guys are immediately right there. And it does drop off significantly if that's contours that are up there on that map. I can't quite see it, but it does drop off quite a bit, so I think that's a positive thing for the county, I really do, How do you tax that, Mr. Administrator? On rooftops, or?
That'd be taxed as a,
Good
that would be a question for the tax assessor.
I've researched that too.
But it would not be a owner-occupied residence. It would be commercial property and taxed accordingly at 6%.
Square footage, I guess.
Well, it's based on the value of the improvement to the property and then the value of the property.
Just curious,
Any comments from anybody? Okay, appreciate that. Thank you, sir. Okay, at this time, we're gonna adjourn our work session and take about a 6-minute break. We'll come back for our regular meeting. Meeting adjourned. A treehouse. He had me pull him, he said treehouse.
That's gonna be real interesting.
Yeah, good to see you. How you doing? Yeah, but see that, he don't want that subdivision at all.
Not just them, all in one room? Yes, sir.
So what that, did you sign up? All right, at the public hearing, you signed the sheet? Okay, make sure, they got checked, if you wanna speak, make sure it's checked on there.
One correction I have, if it's approved on a condition for review, like the solar farm, for example, if they bring back to the planning department for permits something that matches exactly what was approved, it actually wouldn't come back to the planning commission.
Right, yeah, right.
The minutes to be signed. The minutes. The second thing is that, proposal for the bond, That's something they're proposing. So if you want that in there, it needs to be approved
Yeah,
with that condition
okay.
added.
Yeah, I want that
Yeah.
strict, we wanna make
That's
sure.
what they
Absolutely,
saying that.
absolutely.
That's what I was
Absolutely.
asking.
That's great that they're offering it.
Yeah, yeah. So that's something we have to accept and request at the same
Yes,
time.
so when the motion is made,
Uh-huh.
someone can either make the motion with it attached to it, or someone else could also make a motion that we add that condition to it. And the document is in there in the packet, you can just use the title of it. Here, it's,
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing?
Doing good in yourself.
I'm trying to, there's so much, let's see, that's the cover for Allison Point.
it's after page 32,
I was back there one time, after 32, right?
and it's the proposed decommissioning language to be included as a condition of approval.
These folks up in here today.
Okay, 32, okay, right here.
We'll mention that to other commissioners.
He said after 32.
Yeah, I see it, yeah. Crook, you got a one out on you. Hatton. Hatton here, what's Hatton for his name? He works down, don't he work, he delivers stuff for the golf course down here, don't he? What kind of products? He live in Augusta, but he got a place at Motor Art Show. Is it Jeff? Is it Jeff? Yeah, But me and Jeff were talking about you the other day. He said, Kurt Bond. I said, that thing's around for me, you know. And then he said, Hassler over there, Hassler, he said, he blew at the fire department. I said, yeah, I know who that was. Yeah, right, yeah, good to see you. Yeah, we were talking about you Monday. Yeah, we down there because we. Yeah. Yeah, okay, appreciate you coming. It's been years. Right, yeah, I know it, right. You've been doing good, though. But good to see you. I've been doing great. Yeah, we were talking about it. I don't know, Doc, how you doing? I was, I don't know.
All these long cane road folk out here, Rocky Creek.
Yeah, about that solar.
I couldn't blame them with that solar.
I don't know,
Mama had to change out, cause
They've been calling you.
No, Daddy was supposed to get it, but then they start telling him what he has to, keep the upkeep on it. I said, no, that ain't how.
Oh, you trying to want what go to housing?
Yeah, and they put out in the yard too, they told me they can put
Y'all
out.
getting it, y'all gonna get it?
Mama said, no.
No, I told you, Mama, don't fool with that thing, 'cause I've been down dealing with them down at the,
They still need to come back and get that thermometer, and that, thermostat out of Mama and them highs messing them. I said, you need to come tell them, come on and get that up out of there too. Ooh, we can, look at him. They gonna fit all them people in here.
I want.
What the world?
I want to tell you.
Because they're gonna come on. Is this the only place that all of the places have been done? That's what
If I could have everyone's attention real quick. If I could have everyone's attention. If you are here for the solar project, the chairman is going to ask that members who are here for the first two items after they have concluded, please exit the building. That way the folks we have waiting outside can come in here for their agenda item. If you're in here standing waiting for the solar project and you would like to wait outside, you're welcome to do that. If you would like to speak during one of the public hearings, please sign the public hearing sign-in sheet for that item.
Down here. Yeah, yeah. Last time I saw this big crowd when they were ready to hang us.
Other than when we had zoning.
Yeah, one time.
Yep.
Back in the 90s. I was growing up here then, there was signs across the county.
Right, yeah, okay, no problem. It's not good night, me, exit night.
I'll collect it when we get to that.
Okay.
Wait there.
I want to wait for your vote for vice chairman, so chairman decide.
Yeah, right, okay. Okay, meeting agenda right here, okay. Y'all ready? I'll let y'all give them time to finish signing up.
Don't break the gavel when you slap it down to everybody.
I should have been good with it, I guess.
That's what I was thinking.
I'm legal, I'm a law
I know you are. I need mine.
I got my favorite deputy over there, though. He can have it.
Is he here just to,
Just in
crowd
case.
control?
Yeah, good idea. We got a couple more signs. As soon as they sign, we're gonna go on our meeting. Proceed with that. This time, we're gonna call our meeting for the Edgefield County Planning Commission to order for November the 12th, 2020. We appreciate everyone coming, and this time, we're going to call to order with our invocation. Heavenly Father, we thank Thee for the opportunity for us to gather here once again at this Planning Commission meeting, and we pray that You would go with us and guide us, that we make decisions that are honest and not just personal decisions, but for the good of this county and the individuals of this county, that we'll not take it personal. We pray that everything will be in order, and we ask You that guide us and lead us, that we just do what pleases in Thy sight. In Jesus' name we pray, amen.
Amen.
We're going to ask everyone to stand. We're going to pledge allegiance to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. At this time, our next item is the election of the planning commission chairman, who will assume the position immediately until the end of the term of November 1st, 2021. The staff has delivered your vote ticket here, so at this time, we're gonna have Carson, Doc, you gonna conduct it? Okay, correct.
Commissioner Oliver has been elected chairman. Congratulations.
We'll swap places.
Let's just pass on now. Pat, stay there.
Okay.
Thank you. I didn't really want this. I've been on this commission for 6 years previously, and now we're back again. So you always thought you would have time when you retired. I'll be 72 years old in just a couple of months here, so, you know, I'm not as old as Fab is, but we're getting close.
We got one more, Kevin.
Keep those wheels spinning, brother.
Mr. Chairman, would you like to take us to the next agenda item, please? The election of a vice chairman.
Oh, you take.
Mr. Oliver does. He is chairman.
Keep me straight here, Kevin.
Yeah, you.
Vice Chairman, okay. So we've done that. Are you want me to wait till you get done?
I can tally the votes now if you'd like.
Okay, go ahead.
Commissioner McNeil, you have been reelected as vice chairman.
Okay, I guess the next item on the agenda is the approval of the November 12th meeting agenda, which is here today. Can I get a motion to approve that?
Make a motion to approve the, was it October 8th?
November 12th.
This is tonight's meeting agenda.
November the 12th.
It's the agenda for tonight.
Right. Do I have a second?
Second motion.
All in favor, raise your right hand. Okay, now we're going to move on to some minutes. We haven't had minutes for quite a while here, so we got to go back to September the 10th, the work session meeting minutes. Do I have a motion for approval of those minutes?
I motion approval of September 10th.
Second. Okay, all in favor? All right, September 10th meeting minutes. Do I have a motion for approval of those?
I'll make a motion to approve the September 10th meeting minutes.
I second.
All in favor? October the 8th, work session meeting minutes. I have a motion for approval.
Make a motion to approve of October 8th, 2020 work session meeting.
I second that.
All in favor? Approval of the October 8th, 2020 meeting minutes. I get a motion?
I motion.
Motion to approve the October 8th, 2020 meeting minutes.
Second.
All in favor? I guess under reports, we have a staff review of the changes that we've seen in the formatting procedural changes to the Planning Commission agenda and the packets. I would say that they are an improvement, not quite as long. Could you tell us what you've done, Kevin?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, and I'll keep it brief. The agenda formatting has been updated, one, to be more in line with county council agenda, as well as replicating the font and text formatting that is in the LMO as a draft document to create consistency. I will also review the procedures of the meeting as we are bringing that more into line with how county council operates. A public hearing will now occur as part of the item specifically. So, for example, the first item in old business is Anderson Point Major Subdivision. The public hearing for that will occur, and then at the conclusion of that public hearing, it will then go into Planning Commission review. As part of Planning Commission review, the first action would be a motion, followed by a second, then discussion, and then vote on said motion.
Okay, so that basically covers all of that. Everyone familiar with that? I think it's an improvement in what we have.
Yeah.
Greatly so. All right, the first thing up for old business is the major division application for Anderson Point. It's at the intersection of Currytown and Mealing Roads. I think we're all familiar with those sections up there. Let's start the opening public hearing, and we have a number of people here. I think we'll go in order in which they were listed on this list here that I have. We'll start with, I think it's Jerry Moody. Would you come up front and say your name and your address?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, what time limit would you like to set for each individual?
How much time do we really, I didn't look and see how much time we really had allocated for this.
3 minutes is typical.
I'd say 3 minutes is fine. We'll be a little.
Hey, my name is Jerry Moody. I live on Mealing Road, 335. First of all, I'd just like to thank Mr. Gabriel for your ethics and morality comments a while ago. We need more of that in this world.
Thank you.
Okay, back in 1863, Abraham Lincoln spoke these words: "Government of the people, by the people, and for the people, shall not perish from the earth." That's what we need today. That's y'all's responsibility. Y'all's responsibility is to give the citizens of Edgefield County what we wish and what we desire. Can't have everything we want. We understand that. But it's not to work for government. Government. It's to work for us. Okay, not all developers who come in from other areas, they tear down the beauty, tear down our trees, and destroy what's been here for hundreds and hundreds of years. All you have to do is read the papers, Twitter, Facebook, internet to know what these citizens want and what their wishes are. It's not high-density developments. It's also pretty obvious who the paid government employees are for. It's definitely not for the citizens of the county. You've got one preaching rooftops, rooftops, rooftops. You've got another one telling us it's our problem when boundary disputes can't be settled. We've got to go spend our money to hire a lawyer to handle boundary disputes before y'all even vote on a piece of property. If their lawyer asks for cooperation, let's get together and talk about this. Let's get these things resolved before it's too late. Okay, and the main thing, the kicker is, County Council Chairman making this statement directed at Mr. Paradise, it is your job to pave the way for developers to come into Edgefield County. Also, the chairman then goes and changes the wording in the third reading, allowing for high density, which changes the value of his family land, which went from $6,000 an acre, which was offered by the developers, and they wind up getting $10,000 an acre. Not all properties in Edgefield County are designed for high density. In order to maintain the beauty of the land, sometimes the property can only hold 10 to 12 houses. This is such a piece of property that we're talking about right here. The citizens of Edgefield County have 30, 40, and 50 years of investment in their properties. We have spent thousands of dollars over the years in taxes on our land. I'm asking you to continue to honor the words of Abraham Lincoln and vote in favor of the citizens tonight. God bless Edgefield County and God bless America.
Thank you. The next individual is, I think I'd make a requirement we print these names out. Is there another Jerry M.? Okay, yes, you're up next. I'm sorry for not being able to read the names correctly. Just come up, state your name and your address, please.
My name is Matt Robinson. I live at 507 Sweetwater Road, a few miles from where the Latham property is, but some 14 years ago, Mr. Latham and I developed a good friendship and took over the farming rights to this particular piece of property. Therefore, I know development's coming, and, you know, I'm not against that, but with being on that property 14 years, I learned a lot of the history of it. Mackey Dairy farmed it prior to us. It sat abandoned, you know, a number of years. I encountered a problem with it. I never made a profit. And the reason for that, there was about a 5-acre zone in this field that no matter how much fertilization, limestone, whatever you put there, it would not grow. And the Mackeys encountered the same problem. They said that land is so sandy it can't even hold the fertilizer. And then going on to the pond, Mr. Latham made it very clear I was not to fish in that pond. And so anyway, I would go down and enjoy the beauty of it, and the water was so clear you could literally watch the fish swim. And I began to investigate, where's this water coming from? So I walked to the head of this pond following a stream about the width of this podium, and it dead-ended right into the bank. And I was amazed at how much water could actually come right out of that bank. And to this day, that is just an amazing thing. This is a very unique piece of property. The Mackeys even told me of a hand-dug well that's somewhere in the middle of this field that Mr. Mackey buried when they were farming it, because, you know, it was an obstacle for them, but it was a hand-dug shallow well. And through my years of tillage, I have unturned small bits of pottery, some bricks. It's nothing major. But anyhow, I just came here because I have a love for the land. I started farming as a young man in my early 20s because my family settled here before the Revolutionary War. We were deeded 2,500 acres by the King of England, and I think farming is an essential part of life, and I want to see more young people step up to the plate, preserve our heritage. Agriculture is very important, and like I said, this land is special to me. My wife learned how to drive a tractor on this property, and you know, I took something that was not being used and I made it work as long as I could. Therefore, you know, I didn't get rich doing it, but I enjoyed it, and I felt like it was stewardship to this land. God put us here to be good stewards, and I would ask of you guys to, you know, please choose wisely, because we are to be stewards of the land. I believe that's our purpose in life, and I know development's coming, and I've had it in my own front yard, and I've learned to accept it, and but I just think moderation is very important, just to you know, take it slow. We need to consider our infrastructure, and the traffic as it is now is horrific in my area. It sometimes takes me 10 minutes to get out of my driveway. But no, I didn't come here to oppose anything. Just wanted y'all to hear my experience with the property, being on it for that many years. I hate to see it go, but in a way, it's a burden off of me. But Mr. Latham was a dear friend of mine. And
Thank you, thank you.
thank you for your time.
Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Dan Rickenbaugh?
So I'm the civil engineer for the project, Anderson Point. I'm with Zell Engineers of Augusta. I'm a resident of North Augusta, South Carolina. And I've been working for the developers for several years now, and I know they build a quality product. I'm here to just give a quick synopsis of the technical aspects of the project and the changes that were made based on the first meeting we had 3 months ago to where we are now. I also want to say, from what I've heard tonight, that I'm getting the feeling that there's no development, no matter what it looked like, that would be acceptable to Edgefield County. But I feel like this is in harmony with the area, because there are other residential developments similar to this one, probably even more dense, just within a mile or two radius of this. But I'll just recap here. The first development, we had this 85 lot, very high density development. And we understood, even though it met everything in the current Edgefield ordinance, that there was a rejection of that in the work session, and there was a lot of feedback that we needed to have much larger lots. And we also looked at the proposed LMO, and we looked at what the zoning would be for that. And so we started to look at, if we were zoned in the future approved LMO, what minimum lot size that would be. So we went with the 1 acre and larger, and we got average lot size of now of 1.55 acres per lot, with the largest acre being 2.65 acres. The ponds will be preserved with a 30-foot natural undisturbed buffer all around the existing pond. All the stormwater runoff on the single road will be into a new designed engineering pond that will filter and only release at the pre-developed rate per DHEC guidelines. All the septic systems will be in a very sandy soil, well above the water table, and will be contained within each lot. We also have all the water and sewer, water requirements for permitting. They'll have to be met. And then there's a large magnolia tree that we've taken great steps to preserve. We've got the Edgefield County Historical Society that's agreed to maintain, and they've provided a letter in writing stating they will own and maintain that tree. And we provided a 140-foot diameter protection around the tree, as well as a 100-foot path all the way up to the tree as common space. So the road will be designed per Edgefield County road standards, as we talked about, and that if the HOA, who will maintain that road and will not cost the taxpayers any money, if they ever decide to turn it over to Edgefield County, there would be the possibility of that happening because of the standards being met. Okay, so I think that covers the basic gist of it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Next is this Chris Robinson? Is that correct?
Yes, sir, Chris Robinson.
Give me your name and your address, please.
Yes, sir. My name is Chris Robinson. I reside in Edgefield County at 19 Dalton Lane. I'm a local realtor who has worked with Blue Sky and Greystone Construction and Keller Williams for over 4 years. I've watched Blue Sky and Greystone Construction develop and build and sell Trailside 2, Sweetwater Landing, Copperfield, and Edgefield. The builders have been able to meet my clients' budget needs while building quality homes for their families. The anticipated growth in the CSRA is over 9,000 new jobs and is an opportunity to bring new families and communities to Edgefield. The average family consists of 3 family members, so the increase of people would result in more taxes to the state and county. I point out that the taxes in South Carolina are considerably lower than in Georgia, and I feel if we bring more taxpayers to our state, we can maintain having lower taxes. And the housing development promotes infrastructure. It can bring high-speed internet to rural communities, which helps our recent virtual school situation, work from home, new jobs, construction jobs, entertainment, and this could bring opportunities for more local businesses. Blue Sky and Greystone Construction strives to keep jobs local and promoting the overall well-being of our local community. When the builder builds quality neighborhoods like Anderson Point, our community will benefit tremendously by overall growth that will come our way. I believe that the exceptional service Blue Sky and Greystone is providing is what Edgefield County needs from a local builder and developer. Thank you.
Kathy Metz.
Hi, my name is Kathy Metz. I'm a homeowner at 35 Turkey Creek Road. I'm a local realtor with a sales team, and I have been working with Greystone Construction for over 10 years. Blue Sky Developments are partners. Their business integrity and reputation surpasses most builders in this area, and those builders migrating into Edgefield County from around the country. Blue Sky and Greystone has built quality homes in Edgefield County for numerous years. Trailside 2 was an opportunity for first-time home buyers with limited budgets. Our recent development, Sweetwater Landing, closed the first home on October the 11th, 2017, and should close the last one out this December. Copperfield closed its first home on May 19th, 2020, and as of now has only 5 lots remaining in Phase 1. Through our association with Blue Sky and Greystone Construction together, we have supported local church events, community and charity events, as well as sponsored school classrooms. We will continue to support and see the development of more community programs. According to the 2020 forecast from Terry Business College at UGA and the Augusta Economic Development, there's been an 8.5% growth in population since 2010 in the Augusta area. That area includes Richmond, Columbia, Burke, McDuffie, Lincoln, Aiken, and our Edgefield County, with 4.5% of that in the last 5 years. Edgefield's rate of growth is only projected at 1.02% currently for 2020. 54.5% of the Augusta workforce resides in Richmond County. The 6 remaining counties make up the minority, with a high volume of the workers commuting from Aiken and Burke counties to the workforce. With over 4,800 people expected to begin filling the roles at U.S. Army Cyber Command this year, there will be even more people flowing in across the region in the coming years, which could represent more housing issues. The key impact on economic expansion, the report stated, will be consumer spending, the Federal Reserve, increase in home building, higher defense spending, and the above-average population growth. Edgefield County should take advantage of this for the schools and for the future children. We continuously have clients looking for available properties for Greystone to build homes on in Edgefield County with higher-end finishes and floor plans. Annison Point, with their proposed lot sizes, will fit that need and already has a wait list for information once the approval is acquired. Cooper Place, with 73 lots, is less than 2.5 miles from Annison Point, with lots as small as 1/3 of an acre with septic systems. Tavern Hill is less than 3 miles from Annison Point. Sweetwater Landing is less than 1 mile. To bring quality homes from a hometown builder brings the hometown heart back to Edgefield County. Edgefield County should not miss the opportunity to improve the rate of Edgefield County and the quality of our community. I live in one of Greystone's homes. My daughter is now currently building one of her second homes. And if the land had been available, she would have been building in Edgefield County as well, because she loves the schools, and that's where she wanted her children to go. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Kevin Petrick. Pronounce that correctly?
Pethick. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Congratulations, I think, on your nomination. My name is Kevin Pethick. My address is 605 Holly Lake Road, Aiken, South Carolina. I'm the attorney for the developer, and I spoke with you all at the work session, so I won't repeat a lot of those things. But one thing I do want to say to address your question or concerns about the ethical considerations, and you guys are in a tough spot, right? Because there's people on both sides who have points about what should or shouldn't happen on this development. But the one thing that I guess I would remind us all is that we do have a United States Constitution that speaks to this as well. And our Constitution, as well as the state Constitution, both talk about, they prohibit the government from taking private land for public use without providing just compensation. That's usually thought of as physical taking of a landowner's property. But the Supreme Court has indicated that if regulation goes too far, that will be recognized as taking as well. As we stand here today, we talked about the fact that this property is unzoned. Quite honestly, I know I've heard a lot of people say that they would like it to stay that way, and I understand that. I grew up in a rural area. I always appreciated that character of it. But the choice is to buy that property, or you can't restrict property that otherwise doesn't have a restriction on it. Okay, this property is unzoned. And because it's unzoned, and because it has met with the comprehensive plan and everything else, they have a right to do this. And so by extending a regulation that doesn't exist, you're actually taking the property, and that's unconstitutional. And so I would argue that that is an ethical consideration in this. Is do you have a right to do it, and are you going beyond it? So, but my real point to you is I think you've done your job. I think you've done a fantastic job. You've brought your concerns to the developer. The community's had an opportunity to express concerns to the developer. The developer has made concessions, and as we stand here today, we now have a plan that meets the comprehensive plan in every form and fashion. The staff has indicated that there's nothing that's non-compliant. And we even have a plan that is in conformance with ultimately what has been indicated should happen in this property. And so I think in every way you look at it, the right things have happened, and I think that's under your leadership and guidance. We do appreciate your service to the community. We understand the predicament you're in and appreciate, the tough decisions that you have to make. But in the end, we hope that you'll recognize that really is the right thing to do to let this hometown developer who's hiring local people and really trying to work with you to proceed with the project that's good for the community. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Grant Kirkendall. Your name and your address, please.
My name is Grant Kirkendall. I live at 212 Sweetwater Landing Drive. Good evening, council member and the Meriwether community. My name is Grant Kirkendall. I'm an Edgefield County resident, have been throughout my childhood, and for the past 7 years, a homeowner in the Meriwether community. I've decided to come tonight to speak on behalf of the development of Anderson Point. We all, as community members, have been hearing a lot from both parties of this development as far as the folks that want the growth and the opposed for the past several months. I believe I can be a positive voice and deliver a positive message to our Sweetwater community, Meriwether community tonight. Growth is everywhere, and there's always subject to say you have bad growth and you have good growth. How do we, as a council and as a community, control this? It's simple. You control the growth. You make sure it's good growth. It's got to be in best interest for your community. I can personally attest to Mr. Stuart Thompson and his company, Greystone, as good growth. I currently live in a Greystone home in Sweetwater Landing. I can attest to the caliber of the home that he builds. My wife, Sarah, who is a teacher at Meriwether Elementary, and I are raising our 3 beautiful kids in this house. There is no other area that we would rather create our memories in. Stuart, Greystone, and staff are, bar none, the most efficient and reliable builder that we have used. And we have built several houses with several builders. Greystone is not a fly-by-night developer, as we have all seen popping up houses in our surrounding areas and in our area. Greystone has constructed numerous custom homes in River North, towards the lake, also right here close by on Sweetwater Road. And I'm sure all these residents will recommend Greystone over anybody else. Here it is, folks. Choose your evil. The one you know or the one you don't know. A man who lives in our community, pays the same taxes as we do, and sits at the fish camp with his family and enjoys dinner, camaraderie, and the neighbors. And who has given in and accepted your controlled growth. 80-something houses to 33. We got a little, we wanted a little more. You got a little more, and we're still not happy. Don't let it be the next guy. Let it be Greystone. Let it be Stuart Thompson. Let it be the guy you can bump into in the grocery store, see you at the gas station. If not, who's next? The land's not going to go to waste. Let's approve of a man that has his community at heart. Let's approve Anderson Point. Thank you, council, for your time.
That's all right. I like that. Thank you.
Up next, we have
Mr. Chairman, we
Yes,
had,
ma'am. Yes, sir.
we had some written comments. Would you like me to read those, or are there still any left on that list?
There's one more name listed here, William Book, or, say your name and your address, please.
My name is William Gore. I live at 545 Mount Vintage Plantation Drive. Excuse me. I'm on Gore Land Surveying. I do work for for Luke Greystone. Known them for about 10 years probably. All developers are not created equal, and these folks are better than most of the ones I see. I see it from the standpoint of from when the projects are started to when they're doing the staking for them to do their development, to doing the final lots, to doing everything. They do a first-class job, and if I was looking for a house now, and they had one in the area that I was looking for, I would certainly go to them. I thought enough of them that whenever my daughter moved here 2 years ago from Milledgeville, that's the first place I sent her. And her and my son-in-law bought a house from them in Sweetwater Landing. So I'm the development's coming, just like a gentleman said earlier, just use quality local people and know what you're getting. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Excuse me, wait a minute. Kevin, we have one more name listed on here. Gary Thigpen. Is that gentleman here? Okay.
My name is Gary Thigpen, builder, developer in Edgefield County. I own multiple properties across the county and continue to look to purchase more. I'm not here tonight to debate whether these people are right or these people are right. They're relative. I do stand beside Greystone. We have built together, as you've heard from Trailside 2. And you asked a comment about, do you want quality? We want to see quality come. I wanted to make comment that, yes, I have built beside them. I would stand beside them, and I'd build in the same subdivision as them again. Look forward to it. That's all I have to say for the evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Excuse me, hold on, just one moment, please. We want to get back to the right order of things. I believe we had some written comments. Is that correct, Kevin?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, would you like to read those now?
Yes, please.
This is from Patty Lee, 425 Currytown Road. If I understand what I have read and heard over the past couple of weeks correctly, Edgefield County Council intends to turn the Meriwether side of Edgefield County into one large high-density subdivision. After having read the Edgefield County Comprehensive Plan, the new Edgefield County Land Management Ordinance, South Carolina Code of Laws, multiple articles, and published letters, and having spoken to numerous neighbors and friends in the community, I have to say it does nothing but make me sad for the direction County Council has decided to take us. 2 already approved high-density subdivisions in the works, 2 more up for approval, all 4 within 2.5 miles of each other. As someone who grew up here, it makes me sad. I am begging those in control to stop, slow down, and listen to the residents who are already members of the Edgefield County and Meriwether community. We do not want to drive home 10 years from now and feel like we are in the middle of Columbia County. That is the reason people are leaving Columbia County. Traffic, congestion, are far too many people. Edgefield County is the opposite, and therefore why we are so attractive to newcomers. There are residents who have worked their whole life to pay for their little piece of heaven out here in the county, only to finally arrive at retirement age, ready to enjoy the peace and tranquility that they moved here for in the first place, and now find out they are going to have to deal with heavier traffic on their roads and listen to the sound of construction for major subdivisions, day after day, month after month, destroying what makes this area so special. No one is suggesting that progress should not happen. We all know it is coming, but Edgefield County has the chance to do something truly special. We are at the beginning. We have the chance to learn from the mistakes of other counties. The possibility exists to create a thriving county that concentrates on community, family, support our farmers, conserves land and natural resources, and highlights what Edgefield County has to offer, which is the country life. Not multitudes of high-density subdivisions crammed in all around each other within 5 to 10 mile radius. No one wants to pass high-density subdivisions as they turn into Old McDonald Fish Camp. They are there for food, yes, but also for the atmosphere. Not just what is on the property, but the scenic views around it. Do we want more family-run establishments in the area? Yes, but not at the expense of our beautiful landscape. There has to be a way for both. People are not clamoring to move to Edgefield County just to buy a house where they can reach out their kitchen window and touch their neighbor's house. They want privacy. They want peace. They want larger lots in smaller neighborhoods. They want their children to be able to play with other children of that neighborhood without the worry that they will get lost because it's so big. They want what a neighborhood can offer, but in a country setting, and that is not high density. Our roads are already busy, our schools are already full, and our sheriff's department is already strained. Are the current residents supposed to suffer just so builders and developers can make their money faster? Please slow down. I have lived in this community for over 40 years. This is Edgefield's chance to shine. Please slow down. Please do it right. Please conserve our community.
Thank you.
I have one more.
One more.
This one's from Bobby Boggs, 1106 Stevens Road. I'm an Edgefield County resident. I moved to Edgefield County 2 years ago from Aiken County in North Augusta. I'm a bit perplexed by the fact that a field across from my new house, Tavern Hill, a rural preservation neighborhood, got approved to be developed into a subdivision. But a field less than a mile from my house is having issues with approval. I'm hoping that the issue is not political. Anyone who would have a problem with this development must not understand development. The one across from my house does not have large 1 acre lots, but the one a mile away does. The developer is Greystone Construction, who built my first house in lakes and streams 14 years ago and has just built my new house 2 years ago in Edgefield County at 1106 Stevens Road. Stuart Thompson and Greystone build an outstanding house and a great subdivision, including the roads and drainage. The citizens of Edgefield County might as well brace themselves for development. There is no legitimate reason to hold up this development for Greystone Construction. The only reason that could be is there may be people close by to the property who don't want to see it turned into a development. The problem is they didn't buy it and they don't have the right to hold up this subdivision. With that said, I hope that politics of the people nearby doesn't consider in the process. And my suggestion to anyone who doesn't want a development close to their house, buy all the land around you. If you don't own it, you don't control it. This process should be moved along through this process without delay. Trust me, I would have loved it if the field across from my house would have never been developed, but it is. I do trust the developer Blackson Construction to do a great job and build houses that will appreciate the value of my house. Politics and politicians should follow the procedures set, and it has been previously set with Tavern Hill. I apologize that I could not be at the meeting personally, but I have a week of vacation in the mountains.
Thanks, Kevin. I think we have time for a few additional people that may have not signed up. Is there anyone who would like to come up and speak somewhere? Give me your name and your address, please.
My name is Alan Cross, and I live at 88 Acorn Knoll, by Sportsman's Corner.
Okay.
I love Edgefield County. I mean, I've been a resident here for about a year, and it's a fantastic place. So I've never been to y'all before, and so good to meet you tonight. And but I just want to read this real quick. I've got a mechanical business located in North Augusta, but I've got some employees that live out here. I employ over 20 people with my business, Coolray Mechanical. We do Greystone's work. I've been in business for about 15 years now, serving the CSRA, including Edgefield County. Coolray takes pride in offering affordable, dependable HVAC services for mostly residential heating and air systems. We've installed probably over 1,000 systems in this area. We've got a lot of good customers out here, with many of these being the Greystone homes. In my 14 years of experience with Greystone, I know they build a high-quality and extremely attractive designed home and floor plans. I've been in every one of them. Greystone Construction supports our local community by hiring local employees and subcontractors like myself. One thing to mention, too, a lot of people, some of these contractors hire a lot of out-of-town people from Atlanta, Columbia, coming in the area. That money goes straight out of the community. I spend money here in Edgefield County, too. So if the Planning Commission rejects quality projects by local developers, others probably going to be paying attention to it, and our community here will miss out on it. But I speak mainly for my employees and that spend money here as well, too, and that live here. So,
thank you.
okay, thank you.
Others? Give us your name and your address, please, when you get up here to the mic.
My name is Herman Thompson. I live at 3 White Oak Drive in North Augusta. I own the property adjacent to this piece of property. I'd like to ask you, have any of you walked that property? Have any of you walked my property? Okay. What I have today, I took some pictures for you, and if I can approach you, I'd like you to look at them. This right here is a picture that I took. That's a flowing spring. It's on my place. And I probably more than anybody in this room know more about that land than anybody. For 50 years, I'm sorry, we've been there. And I've seen it when rain comes. In my pond dam, I have 2 siphoning hoses that I have to, when we're going to get 3 or 4 inches of rain, I have to go and suck it down 3 feet. Now, I know what the engineers say, but I know what I've seen, and I know what comes. I also know that I have sat down with Clemson University, and they have come down to my property. And if you know that area out there, you've got Mr. Lathan's land on one side, and you've got with the fish camp, and it's a big basin, okay? And it's different than any other piece of land in Edgefield County. If you would come out there, I'll show you the flowing springs. Now, my family and I, we just started this past year. We're developing a farm there, okay? And it's called Flowing Springs Family Farm. And the reason it's named Flowing Springs Family Farm is because we tried to look at something on that property that was unique to any other piece of property. And it's the number of flowing springs that we have. And what I decided to do, I spent 41 years in education and 25 years as an administrator, and I found out a lot about kids. And this is what I found out. I had a kid come to me one day who was a very dysfunctional kid and was trying to get his life straightened out. He needed help writing a paper. And he asked me a question, and I said, well, I always try to take something a kid knows and tries to relate it to something that he's trying to learn, okay? And in that process, I looked at him, I said, son, do you know where a chicken comes from? And he said, food line. Now, I thought for a minute that he was being smart. But in reality, in the world that he lives in the world that he has, in the community that he grows up in, he wasn't like us. He didn't go to a family farm. His mother goes to Food Line and she goes home. And that's where his knowledge ends. And let me tell you, there's a lot of kids out there that are like that. They don't see the community that we've seen that we're destroying, okay? So we've decided in my community with Clemson University, they're coming down and helping me, and we're going to set up a family farm where people can bring their kids and see what a family farm actually was in South Carolina that carved this great state out, okay? Now, I'm almost 70 years old. I'm almost 70 years old. And why would someone 70 years do that is because I want to give back to the community. Now, I can tell you this before I leave. I know where that water's coming. I don't care what the engineers say. I know where it comes from. 50 years, I've seen it. And I know those springs. And it's called Sweetwater for a reason, because of the sweet water that's there. But what I'm going to say is this. I've had Clemson come down and test my water. I've had Clemson come down and test my soil. I mean, if and when that sewage comes that these engineers say that it's not, I'll be back. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
I may have signed the wrong list earlier, but I did sign the sheet that was on the table.
Okay, that's fine. Go ahead. Come on up if you want to talk about Anderson Point.
No.
Give your name and your...
It ain't about Anderson Point, it's about Woodward Lake Road.
Then you should wait for that agenda item.
Okay. We will be, all right, thank you. All right. Anyone else want to say anything about Anderson Point right here on this thing, this public component? Okay. I think anything else? You didn't have any more?
No, sir.
Okay. I think Planning Commission review. That's a little different. I think this is the component where we decide to take any motions.
Yes, sir.
Do you have any motions down the table here? If not, I was not projected to be the county, or to be the chairman of this board. However, I did have something I wanted to read, and I'd like to read that right now. Based on the advice of the Edgefield County Administrator, Mr. Paradise, and the attorney, Mr. Marine, after the last Planning Commission meeting on October the 8th, I am including the following information pursuant to my motion. First, I would like to echo what other commissioners have stated since we received the proposal development for the Latham property located next to Old McDonald's Fish Camp property back in June or July of 2020. We concurrently shared our thoughts with the developer and the Edgefield County and Building Department. We were all in agreement that high-density development would not be in harmony with the surrounding area along Currytown Road and Mealing Road. This area has a very pastoral forestry-type setting with large lot development. The Edgefield County Comprehensive Plan dated June the 4th, 2019, Element 5, Community Facilities, page 55, states that a major factor impacting growth in Edgefield County is the availability of water and sewer services. Water is generally available in all areas of the Meriwether community. However, sewer and wastewater facilities are lacking, especially in the proposed Anderson Point development. As stated on page 55, lot size for proposed developments become a major factor because of the need to use septic tanks and large drain fields. The density of the proposed development requires that drain fields be close together, and in doing so, result in poor service for the confined lot. Problems with septic drain fields have already been identified within Cooper Place, and landowners have had to modify their systems multiple times at their own expense after receiving approval from DHEC. This has also been a problem in the Currytown Station development, and about 15 to 20 of the lots within this development would not perk and thus could not be developed. The comprehensive plan, page 55, further states that a prime example of planning for the development of sewer systems is the need to guide or plan for growth in the Meriwether, North Augusta area of Edgefield County. This section further states that this is the fastest growing area of the county, and development in this area could broaden the county's residential tax base. However, this section further states that unrestricted growth that does not consider lot size and capabilities to accommodate septic tanks and septic systems may pollute recreation resources and potentially adjacent properties, as well as drinking water in the area. This section of the comprehensive plan further implies that the county should take steps towards planning for growth in a timely manner. Element 6, housing, pages 6.8, 6.9 discuss sewer facilities and state that the lack of a sanitary sewer system throughout most of the county require that major subdivisions, that is, any development of 3 or more lots, be built on much larger lots that can support septic systems with drain fields. This situation allows the proliferation of septic tanks with large drain fields in new developments. This happens often with residential lots that have been approved even after DHEC has approved the septic system. This further supports the conclusion, as presented in the comprehensive plan, that the sewer systems in this area that the lack of sewer systems in this area can adversely impact the flexibility of the land use in this area. Furthermore, in the comprehensive plan on element 6, housing, page 611, discusses haphazard residential development, or probably more commonly called sprawl or leapfrog development. This occurs when there is scattered construction of homes in areas that do not have sufficient infrastructure to support increased dense development. In other words, residential development has outpaced the development of necessary services: sewer, water, traffic controls, police, fire protection. We are currently seeing this type of encroachment into the Meriwether community. Element 7, land use, page 7.4, discusses residential land use, and especially at the as North Augusta has expanded into Edgefield County along US 25 and the Martintown Road area, further impacting the Meriwether community, and states that careful decision-making is required to balance new development and potential traffic concerns and utility requirements with protection of existing homeowners' investments and infrastructure requirements. The number of traffic accidents in the Meriwether community, and especially along Currytown Road and Mealing Road intersection, are consistent with a developing suburban area. There's increased traffic in both cars, pickup trucks, and large commercial trailers carrying loads of flammable material from the gas terminal at Currytown and at the intersection of Currytown and Sweetwater Roads. When you combine the higher traffic speeds with more curb cuts, that is, the driveways or subdivisions, you're going to have numerous traffic accidents. In addition, a lack of shoulder lighting has a limited sight distance, also contribute to increases in traffic accidents in the Currytown Road, Mealing Road intersection. Finally, Edgefield County was well on its way to developing a land management ordinance in 2020, which would have provided guidance and specific requirements for future land development in Meriwether community as well as for the entire county. Extensive public listening meetings were held throughout the county, and input was received, and a series of zoning categories were developed with specific requirements for each proposed zoning category. The LMO was scheduled for public hearings, and a proposed zoning designation was suggested for each parcel of land. These designations were to be the subject of the public hearings, which were scheduled for the early summer of 2020. However, in August of 2020, the LMO was put on hold by County Council. Once this happened, the floodgates for development have subsequently opened, and the Planning Commission is seeing a significant increase in the number of proposed developments in the county with nothing other than the comprehensive plan to guide or enforce development. Should County Council have put a moratorium on applications for major developments at the time it put a hold on the LMO? I think my analysis would say that both should have been appropriate at the time. Finally, I would like to personally state for the record that individuals have spoken to me personally about this proposed development and have stated both pro and con. However, I've also been told to not get Edgefield County into a lawsuit by not approving this development. Therefore, for the above stated rationale, I would like to make a motion that the plat with its current density of 33 lots at the current time for Anderson Point not be approved. Can I get a second? Shall we have a vote? We have a second. Do we have a second? Do we have a vote?
You now open it for discussion.
It's discussion.
Discussion, okay. We have a discussion further along. Any other members of the Planning Commission?
Mr. Chairman, if I may, we've been going through this for, I don't know how long now, 4 meetings. And I think one thing the public gets confused on a lot is, as Planning Commission, we're not elected officials up here to represent opinions or wants. We're a review board. That's what we are, to review the legality of and see if these subdivisions, these developments meet all legal requirements. This development is something that I've been on the fence on for a while. But I do believe with the changes the developers made, and hearing from their engineer, I believe this does meet legal requirements. So therefore, I can't support that motion.
Okay, that's appreciated. Any other comments? Mr. Burke.
Considering it and being fair and looking at everything, I think the developer done a good job of cooperating with us as near as possible. He cooperated, and I understand that it's a situation, win, lose, or draw either way. But he making a living building. That's what he doing. And then also, like I said, we up here, but since we've gone, and I think we compromised, I think we met halfway. And due to that fact, I'm in favor of the, subdivision, of passing it.
I too agree, we spoke earlier, and I understand both sides. And we are at a crossroad here. We don't really make the laws. If we decide not to, it's still gonna be done. The young man that came up here and spoke earlier, who lives in the area, we've had a lot of people come up, and it's gonna get done one way or another. But like he said, you got to choose your battles. You want somebody that you don't know, or you want somebody that you do know. So with that in favor, he's gone from 85 down to 33. We understand that there is residential and there is business. And we all understand that, at least most of us here. So with that in mind, I too agree for it to pass.
Okay. Mr. Gabriel, do you have any comments?
You know, I've heard referrals to our R&R zoning that we were working on with the LMO, and I've heard people refer to this LMO that we've been working on. In our rural residential development district, part of it, and probably the most important part, but it all relates to maintaining the quality of life that citizens, farmers, and business owners of the district have historically enjoyed. Also to preserve the rural nature of development within its boundaries, manage density, and fostering growth that is relatively quiet, low traffic, and otherwise compatible with existing developments. And it meets some of that, and it doesn't meet some of that, in my view. With 33 homes, minimum, you're going to have 33 more vehicles. Probably 2 cars minimum per family. That's 66 cars. If you have a teenage driver, that's another 33. You're going to have 99 vehicles within spitting distance of an intersection that is infamously known for the numerous accidents that are there. I'm really concerned about that amount of traffic in that area. Aside from that, I've seen that property up close. And what my concern is the absorption of rainwater after you remove all the vegetation into the ground, and how that's going to affect those leach beds when you remove all the stop gaps that water has. It's all going to run the same way down toward those ponds. There's a saturation point, and my house doesn't sit on real sandy soil. I have sewer, but I can tell you, in a heavy rain, I hear my house creak because that land gets so saturated. That last rain we had was just unbelievable. So my concern is environmental concerns with the ground being able to take that water without disturbing the process of leaching, and having that run out somewhere where it doesn't need to go. Flooding is an issue with me. You're putting a road in that's going to act as a trough for that water to run down somewhere, but it all goes to the same place. So I have some pretty serious concerns. I think that having an HOA, and I'm familiar with battles with HOAs on many levels. Any damage from any of those septic systems or water runoff overflowing somebody else's property is gonna be absorbed by the HOA and the residents. Once the developer's gone, that's all gonna fall on the residents and the HOA. Any financial burdens that any of that stuff causes. And possibly, if it damages somebody else's property, you're looking at litigation. I'm not an attorney, but I've seen enough of it that sometimes that's the road it goes down, if things can't be mediated, so. I just have some real issues with some of those environmental concerns of water runoff and potentially septic systems dysfunctioning because of heavy rains that will saturate the ground and disturb that leaching process.
Yeah, I appreciate those two, and quite frankly, I have labored over this for weeks and stuff now. It's been back and forth and up, and I only can come to the conclusion that I said in my last paragraph there, is that we put on hold the LMO, but we never put on hold anything else. So we're gonna be with this next month with new developments. The next month after that, more developments. The next month after that, more developments. The next month after that, more developments. And we'll be sitting here and we just as well raise our hand right now and say we approve them all. That's my final comment. So let's take a vote on this. I think we've taken a vote. Let's do this now for my proposal, which was to not approve.
You're asking for all in favor of your motion.
In favor of my motion. Excuse me. All right, two. Those, do we have a motion to approve this?
Those opposed, did you raise your hands? Yes, make it clear. Well,
Three. All right. Now, we want to, can we entertain a motion for approval of the plat?
Mr. Chairman, I make a motion to approve Anderson Point.
I second.
All those in favor? Those opposed? Okay, there we have it. That is approved. Thank you for that component.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
for the sake of people standing, could we take maybe a minute or two to let people who are here for Anderson Point to exit?
Yes, sir. Yes, let's go ahead. Who wants to?
Are we gonna break?
Yeah. Get us over that one, that was going through. Get us over that, if we didn't. Y'all just make sure y'all give us quality work.
Well, you know, we don't need a lawsuit.
Well,
Like
they
I
don't
say, they
understand.
got, you know, they admit everything, so, you know, they compromise, so we have to do something. You know,
And if we didn't vote on it, they
if we
still
didn't
gonna,
vote,
they
they
was
would
still gonna do it.
We'll be honest about
Yeah,
it.
yeah. It didn't like, we didn't have to, because I've shared some of the stuff that he shared, same views, but it didn't make a difference whether we did or not. So we might as well not be the person that everybody be mad at and in between. We might as well just go ahead.
All right, everybody, bourbon and Coke's on me after the meeting.
I don't even drink, but I'm taking one.
No, we get some moonshine.
I would
Distill
be
this good
I
moonshine.
would be a T-bone somewhere.
Oh, you know what? We gonna cook some more of them T-bones you used to cook. So need to get us some lunch.
Just how, what you call it, tonight?
Oh, that is.
I think the phone been ringing, I bet. It's been ringing.
Ooh, we so did.
Sit there at my desk.
You know,
Looked at this stuff and read that thing, and we really don't have anything.
I'm torn. I feel like them being developers, they are developers, they're property owners. If I own that property, I wanted to develop it, and it was legal, I'd sue the hell out of it.
That was a hard one.
It's a hard one.
That was a hard one.
We have to protect the property owner's rights.
We do, and property owners also have, they have a right to do what they need to do
That's
with
right.
their land.
That's right.
What
That's
really
right.
bothers me the most on this, and I didn't even mention that at all, is we sold a farm in Missouri where I grew up. And my dad says, you boys want anything to do with this, you want it or anything. I said, no, I'm in South Carolina, I'm not coming back to Missouri, it's too cold.
If you would like to speak on the next agenda item, please make sure that you have signed the public hearing sheet.
Tell it to them first, that way, because they would feel the same way about you if somebody else from St. Louis come into here and bought this 150-acre farm and stuff, you know. So what I really wish they would have done, Mr. Bass or any of those
Until
people,
got together and
never
bought
had
it.
an opportunity.
We could buy it, yeah.
Somebody contacted the Latham's son who lives in Milledgeville,
He sold
told him that Mr. Felder, who is the man behind, who's funding all this, who is the Thompsons' next door neighbor and stuff. And they just threw out, $500,000. I mean,
I guess
I know that, I just like to have, that, to me, that's not the Southern thing to do.
Well, I understand, but there's a piece of property beside me that I.
It's about money.
Yeah.
People sell property on offer to you. I have people, I know you know, sell it, don't say nothing, you do, you want it, you know.
Now, you figure if I had, and they said, well,
Well, that's
we'll
why
give you
I'm in a
500,000,
similar
but they offer me
situation
$1 million.
beside me. I also have a guy who has 80 acres.
Most of the time, you got, but, it's very few people that won't go. See, I'm one of the type, I wouldn't go for, I don't want you to have, you ain't gonna get it.
That's it.
Like my neighbor won't sell the property, nobody, she would sell it to me, but she didn't sell it to nobody else. I feel the same way about that, that's where we are.
But you got, now,
It's tough either way.
Our zoning, I wish we had some kind of meat to hang this on,
Me too.
We'd be a lot better. And Fab, I tell you, did you vote for me? I tell you, I said, what's going on here? Y'all would-
I don't know, don't ask me, I don't, when you vote, I don't know what I mean.
you know what?
I was trying to say that thing.
Let me tell you, this is how it goes. If we voted, we all know. Who we voted for? It's private, okay?
I appreciate that, but my wife will say, what are we gonna do? We can't leave now. Yeah, that's why I got you.
That's right. I gotta get
delegating.
stuck
I'm
with it
fine.
then.
If I leave on vacation to go somewhere, I have to call Brent and say, hey, you gotta be here, buddy.
That's right.
Oh, goodness. I tell you. Yeah, me too. I knew it was gonna be like this, but nobody was yelling.
I'll tell you, I did not know how I was gonna vote on
Right.
that until, I mean.
I've been to
until
that,
the
I
last
hated to
second.
come tonight, really.
I know.
I hate to come, I've been around all day, I tried to figure out, I said, I just ought to go.
You can't believe how
If
much
I had
I
been the
said,
chairman, I wouldn't have come.
Hey, Mr. Pettigrew.
Yeah, I wouldn't have come. I tried to figure out, I just.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it.
That's what I wanted.
Other little guy, he kept getting all crazy.
It sure
Get
would
out
help
of here.
us if they do
It would have helped us a lot.
Well, they can still do it, if they would.
Well, yeah. Look that up.
Your mom been all right?
That's the case, sir.
She said that, she said, I ain't had some family.
No, see, here's the deal. Yeah, you just clean that down. Oh, here's the deal here, see. I don't wanna call them controversial, see. Cause see, me and her talks a lot. And see, I don't know how good I feel about it. I know it. I know, but I know sometimes, you know how people be feeling in their mind on that. And then Judith. And Judith got this. I might. And that ain't why I call her. See, I used to call her when she know I call her out in the middle, but I just say I didn't slack off a little, not call her. I mean, I got that.
Mama showed do, she said, I ain't heard from
Go ahead and stay on these.
You know what I'm saying? Yes,
keep down.
I guess she wants more pad. I'm gonna call her.
She goes Monday first. Yeah, they gonna put their grade up on the water.
The back, you have to. We got like sisters.
You heard, y'all was sisters before there was Judy.
That was George and
And
Judy.
George, they already knew.
When your mama went through rough time, she cried on my shoulder. She cried on my shoulder.
I told her, I said, Mama,
And I never, and I say, I kept
Tell the story here or
I said,
whatever.
Mark, don't do this, don't do that. You know,
What
you
you
know,
said right at that time.
she cried on my
They
shoulder.
reacted to your faith.
and they still, honey, I had to get
And
them
she
together.
was vulnerable.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I told her,
They were planted to
I mean, I don't care, but you know, we went through some things together.
Well, today, Daddy said, she came out to,
I'm not researching
he was cutting, she wanted to cut down some stuff. So he cut out, so I don't know when she told him how to cut it, so he got mad and said, you know what, in the house. So she said, you did this and so I went out there and I was like, I said,
Clearly, the
I
planning
said,
commission
you got to be a little bit more compassionate. I said, it's not what you say, it's how you say it. I said, that's your mom. I said, you need to see my, oh, you got to know, we ain't finna argue, Daddy. I'm not gonna disrespect you. I said, but you supposed to do what you supposed to do here. I said, you read the Bible.
Oh, yeah,
I said,
yeah, that would be a way.
and something in the Bible. I said, Daddy, come on. You know that ain't, she couldn't, anybody know that. I said, and Prince was referring to a donkey. I said,
Oh, y'all get that minute. Okay. Huh? Uh-huh.
Oh, that's right, yeah, I forget, I'm part of that.
Oh, no. You gotta be joking. I don't believe it.
While we are.
where did I put in place from?
That's how I feel about it. And I just, sometimes go and look at it, it's amazing.
Sides of the river, anyway, God, I'm telling you, this was probably the hardest thing all of us had to do.
Zoning administrator, here we are.
Yeah, I would say it go way back.
Go, John. Zoning administrator is starting using permit for use of
I appreciate you telling me.
Where are we?
Oh, boy, that's what the boy was throwing in that lady.
I gave it to Jenny. I did. I do have. I can send it to her electronic. Yeah, I can do that. That way she can copy. Yeah, I told her. I said that'll make it easier, but I want to get the hard copy here too. Yeah, we just make sure. Yeah. Oh yeah. I meant to tell her. Right. Yes. Right. Yeah, but I had a lot on my mind. I've written on this thing for a couple of weeks now. And thanks. What is our next thing? Where are we? Oh, there we go. All right. Let me just sign this.
That was ordinance right at that.
I understand what they're saying, that's
Yeah.
one thing.
Yes, sir. Will you pass those down?
Yes.
You get last meeting right here.
So whatever you want to call it.
He did last.
I laughed at it.
Yeah, when I got called from her.
Yeah, she need a friend. You know, she don't tell me about her business,
I
you
know
know?
she don't, yeah.
Okay.
Let's see if we can get back to order and get home. Anyone? All right, I think the next thing on the agenda here. All right, let's have quiet out there, everybody, just for a little bit. Major subdivision application for Ansley Cove. It's on Woodward Lake Road. A public hearing on that right now. Do we have anyone who is signed up to speak? Okay, I think Kevin's going to get it right now. Thank you. Tim Smith is first up. Please come to the podium and state your name and your address, please.
My name is Tim Smith. I live at 235 Woodward Lake Road. I moved from Augusta, Georgia about 8 years ago and moved onto Woodward Lake. I was told at the time that I bought the property, it belonged to Judge Simons in Aiken, and it wasn't never going to be sold. It was going to be kept in the family. Well, it got sold to Don Adams. Don Adams sold the property again, and Carbon Construction is building 14 houses back there on Rachel Avenue inside the Twin Lakes Airport. My thing is, I walk back there through the woods a lot. You got deer, possums, coons, ducks, geese. There ain't gonna be no more of them coming. And if they build all them houses, where are they gonna get the water from? Because everybody's on water, wells. Everybody runs out of water all the time. And then what's Edgefield County gonna do? How long is it gonna take them to get a water line into us? That's my thing. And the septic tanks is also too. I don't know. I'm just letting you know that if you get all these people drawing off of water, the water's gonna run out. And you can't wait. Edgefield County should not wait until the water runs out to have water line out there on the street that you can tap into. That's my thing.
Thank you for your comments. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Next up is, Mr. Butler is the last name, I believe. I don't think I have the first name correct on here.
Thank y'all.
Is there a Mr. Butler here? Okay. All right, we'll move on to Laura Jackson.
I think they signed the wrong sheet.
They signed the wrong sheet.
They signed the wrong sheet, I think.
Excuse me?
I think they signed the wrong sheet.
Well, okay.
Butler-
So
Butler's
all these others, Lewis Jackson, Mike Gorski, all, okay, are you for Ansley? Okay, please come up. Sorry for the confusion. We'll try to clarify this a little bit the next time. I know it says it at the top of the sign-in sheet, but I know we're all not used to doing this. We're signing in the first thing we see probably. So that, you're fine. You did good. You got it right. All right.
I'm Mike Guransky. I live at 93 Rachel Avenue, which is in Twin Lakes, and the development is to the north side of us. I'd like to see the lots as large as we can go, obviously. But one of my concerns is I've been an aviator since I was 12 years old, and I've lived here for 22 years, and I plan on dying right there at that little piece of property, flying an airplane of some kind. And I'm always concerned. I've watched it all my life. You'll have an airport out in the middle of nowhere, and people build all around it, and the next thing you know, they start jumping up and down going, oh, it's dangerous, oh, it's loud, oh, it's this, and oh, it was there first. And that's my point. I just like to somehow have it passed along to anybody that buys in that place. Oh, it is here. It is here first, and there are some very large airplanes, not large airplanes, but large horsepowered airplanes. There's a P-51 Mustang, a World War II replica. That's 1,600 horsepower straight exhaust. That's the way the airplane was produced. I'm building an airplane, 640 horsepower, straight exhaust. That's the way it was designed, a replica of that other airplane. I'm concerned that somebody's going to jump up and down and noise, and we have litigation going on. So buyer beware is what I'm trying to say. Thank you.
So you said you on Rachel Avenue?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm familiar with the place. I go there a lot.
I'm the very last house on
Okay, right.
Rachel Avenue.
Okay, all right.
Comment. I don't know who here could answer that. Is there no county water out there in that area?
There is water nearby. I don't have a map with me to show, but it is not down Woodward Lake Road.
No, the wells all down, Rachel. I service a lot of those wells today.
So, yes, sir.
That's what I was meaning. Everybody out there is on wells. Well, if you build another 60, 80 houses, might not be enough water to go around for everybody. Might need to be some.
Yeah, I think that's what you said the first time. Thank you
Okay.
very much. We're trying to move on here a little bit. Was there anyone else here for Ansley Cove that wanted to speak? Okay, any other comments from anyone? Did you have any written comments submitted?
No, sir.
Okay, I think Planning Commission review, that's where we're at right now. I guess we would entertain any motions.
Give me a second.
Okay, let's get it. This is a long, long agenda we're in today.
See, I had it.
Actually, if you go to,
That is.
If it's helpful, it's item, is item B under old business,
yes,
and the memorandum is on page 17.
That's what I was looking for, 19, okay, I did, I guess. 17. Mr. Chairman,
yes, sir.
I, looked at this, we need to make some movement on it. I realize that the water situation is, something that, I really hadn't paid attention to, but I know the water situation there, 'cause I service a lot of wells in that area. And, but I would, motion that we approve it. Speculation that I think on that, I'm not at, you got the final approval on that, right, from the,
What we received from the Aeronautics Commission was a identification of compatible conditional land use. Within that report, which is in your memorandum, it identifies 2 zones being within the development, Zone C and Zone D. Zone D has no issues. Zone C recommends a density of 1 unit per acre. You will see that within the preliminary plat, that is a higher density that within Zone C. If the Planning Commission wanted to, based off that recommendation from the Aeronautics Commission, they could approve on the condition that the lots within Zone C meet the recommendation of the Aeronautics Commission.
I'd like to make the motion on that condition of that.
Second.
Okay, so state the motion again, is that,
I believe the motion was stated that the development be approved on the condition that the area that is identified as Zone C by the Aeronautics Commission meet their recommendation in the report that was provided.
and we have a second?
Mr. Burt, that's your motion.
Yes, sir.
And Tracy, Ms. Hamilton, that's you second that?
Yes, sir.
All right. Can we have a vote of hands for those who approve?
Discussion.
Oh, discussion.
The applicant would like to withdraw his application.
That withdraw.
Oh. Okay, so,
So if they withdraw that, I can withdraw my, let's say, okay.
No application, then you're missing.
Oh, okay.
okay, all right. That's noted.
Chairman, if you got that in writing,
I will get it in writing, yes.
Okay, all right, so we're moving on to, all right, we're under, new development, or new business, excuse me. I've got development on the brain here.
This here gonna be the rough one here.
Land development, application for Caddis Solar. Old Foster's, we mentioned, we're open for the public hearing, I think, now. Okay, right, yeah. All right, we're gonna try to get through all these names of everyone that's on here, and we'll try to take them in the order in which, we have them written on this list here. It appears that, we had a, Jerry Bass, who I believe has left the building. He was not called for the other one. I apologize for that. Jackie Bass also. Robert Gore, I think, did speak, if I'm not mistaken. Dolan Gore, did that gentleman speak? I believe so. Jerry Smith. Okay, thank you. This is for Caddis Solar, is that correct? That's what we're, oh, okay. Would you state your name and your address, please?
I'm Jerry Smith. I live at 100 Jerry Drive, the one you couldn't find.
I drove down it, but I didn't want to go. You have a gate across your driveway, right?
Yeah.
I didn't want to go in there. I pulled in and turned around.
I've always wanted to live in a gated community, so that's the only way I could do.
You got a gate, got
Saw the
big dogs
shotgun
there.
down there. I decided to turn around and
And
leave.
so, we bought property in there to do us a gated community. May I approach?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I was born and raised in Edgefield, native of Edgefield County forever. I had to leave South Carolina because there's no money in South Carolina when I was growing up. So we ended up out of state. For the last 25 years, we've been buying property out in this area. We've purchased over 300 acres and 9 different parcels, all of them joined. The solar company approached me with a letter, which is attached, that they wanted to lease 116 acres. This 116 acres, they are willing to pay me $7,733 a month. For those 116 acres, that would come to $92,800 a year. In 20 years, that would come to $1,856,000. I turned them down. On the one side of me indicated there on the maps, if you guys will go to your maps, please. They will come up a half a mile on my boundaries that runs north and west. On the other side, they will be a half a mile on my boundary that runs east and south. The area that's in the green there that shows 116 acres is the part that they was wanting to lease. I front Oos Road, but 2,000 feet of my frontage will be facing their solar fields. We have a lot of runoff off of the Holmes property and the doctor's property that they've leased, even with the trees there. It all ends up in Rocky Creek. So not only is Turkey Creek going to be affected, it's going to also affect Rocky Creek. With the trees and stuff gone, what's going to stop the flow? It can't be stopped. You know, 20 years from now, when they say they're going to remove this stuff, I doubt if I'll be around because I'm 78, so I'm a little bit older than all you guys. But I did this and bought this property in this county in which I was born and raised for my children, my grandchildren, and my great-grandchildren to have a place to go.
We appreciate that. You know, we're trying to keep a limit here. I think you've done very good. We have your information.
Okay,
Is
and
there
also-
anything you'd like to finally say in regards to that?
Yes, I don't think anyone in this building would ever see this property look as good as it do now if this solar field would go in. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. So, where are we? Down here with, is it Marissa or Mary Ann Smith?
Sir, can I, Mayor, I wrote out a list of the speakers. Not everyone on the list.
Okay.
wants to
Oh,
speak.
I understand what you, all right. Megan Pearson, you're up next. State your name and your address.
Megan Pearson, Johnston, South Carolina. Thank you for hearing me out.
I'm gonna cut straight to the point. This solar development is a direct contradiction to the land use category that it resides in our comp plan. That land use category states that it includes land that is desirable to be maintained in a natural state to protect the public health, safety, and welfare, as well as serve as a buffer for long-term future use. Further, our comp plan on page 3.6 plainly states, because of Edgefield County's strong agricultural history and current high rate of growth, conflicts between land use are inevitable. One of the purposes of the comp plan is to call attention to potential land use conflict and provide remedies so that as Edgefield continues to grow, farmland is protected for future generations. There were some comments made at a June 11th Planning Commission meeting. I have the minutes to that. I'm just going to read one of them. Mr. Paradise stated that the comprehensive plan was written for a purpose and that industrial and residential are not compatible. A 1,200-acre solar farm is arguably industrial in nature. He also stated that the comprehensive plan was intended to be followed, and a lot of input by citizens went into it, and a lot of work by staff went into it. I point that out because approval or denial of development should be consistent. If we're going to use the comprehensive plan to approve or deny development, then we need to apply that in a consistent manner and not pick and choose who gets to slide through, right? If a development is incompatible with the land use category in the comp plan, it should be denied, period. There's no way to go around that. And if you read that land use category, it's specific. It states fishing, hunting, natural use, barns, agriculture, animal husbandry. It is quite specific. Nowhere in there does it say mass grading, clearing out. How many farms have you seen with a 6-foot chain link fence wrapped around them with 3 strands of barbed wire on the top? I'm betting on 0. It doesn't fit. A comprehensive plan is adopted via county ordinance. It's more than just a $90,000 guide for the county. County ordinance is enforceable local law. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, Jerry Smith?
He already been up.
All right, I'm sorry. I'm getting back to the right list here. David Hare. State your name and address, please.
My name's David Hare. I live at 555 Old Chapel Ferry Road and right beside the project. This proposed solar project will butt up to the backside of my property on Turkey Creek. Speaking of Turkey Creek, that's the home of a federally protected, critically endangered species of freshwater mussel called a Carolina heel splitter. And that's a fact. The Department of Interior, Fish and Wildlife Service, that's not something that we don't know is there. I'm a little surprised that Ben back there would have said a little while ago that they hadn't heard from the Fish and Wildlife Service, because specifically right here, it mentions, according to your letter, the following development buffers will be implemented for the project: 45 feet on all streams outside the floodplain, 100 feet on all streams within the floodplain, 250 feet on Turkey Creek, and 30 feet on all wetlands. And when he's mentioned a little while ago that they're going to move off of Turkey Creek a little ways, it's more than that. These are not government suggestions. These are government, they intend these to be done. They need to resubmit a new proposal with a new map that has been approved by the Department of Interior, Fish and Wildlife Service, that the Wildlife Service guarantees it, or doesn't guarantee, but assumes that will protect the Carolina heel splitter. Then, in that same new plan, or new proposal that they come up with, they also need, in this brochure that you've got in front of you, the Fish and Wildlife Service has some concerns. One of them is what they call lake effect, where the migratory birds think this is a big lake and they go crashing into it. Whenever they spray these grass seeds to prevent erosion, they use non-native species. That's one of the concerns. And then on the very back page back there on page 4, there's a list of federal guidelines that they recommend for this project and for solar projects in general. I submit to y'all that whenever they submit their new proposal with an updated map that we can all look at, that they also incorporate, Edgefield County government, make them incorporate these federal guidelines into the project. I mean, that just makes common sense. And I don't have time to read all these recommendations and guidelines, but one that I thought was really important. And they list a bunch of reasons why solar projects can adversely affect natural resources. And there's a paragraph there on page 3, about 3/4 of the way down. And it states, for these reasons, we recommend that solar facilities be sited in areas that are previously disturbed, fallow fields, closed industrial sites, and so, or sites that do not impact mature forests, streams, or wetlands. Well, buddy, that's right where we are. So just so it's clear, we do not want this industrial complex plopped right down in the middle of our little slice of heaven here in Edgefield. And by reading that, I think it's clear that the federal government agrees with us.
All right, thank you very much. I'm glad you gave us that. I was not aware that Fish and Wildlife Service had submitted comments and stuff for this, and I don't believe there's anyone, is there anyone here still from Caddis Solar? Okay. Are you guys aware that the comments from Fish and Wildlife Service? Could you please come up to the front?
I was aware that we had submitted. I wasn't aware that we had received those requirements. I would submit to y'all that we put a requirement on the approval that we comply with all those U.S. Fish and Wildlife requirements. We're more than happy to do that, and that's the reason we requested their concerns, was for that.
Okay, so you're saying that you're going to comply with all of these things that's stipulated in FWS?
The U.S. Fish and Wildlife requirements, yes, sir.
Yeah, there's recommendations too.
Excuse me?
There's recommendations that they also want you to see you do.
Okay, all right.
Requirements are this big, the recommendations are a little
Right.
more.
Mr. Marine, Mr. Paradise, question. In regards to this, where we're at now, I don't feel comfortable with going for a vote on this thing now. There's too many things that have left out here. Can we do a?
Can we table it?
Table this.
I would agree with a time deadline on this.
Excuse me?
May I, Mr. Chairman? May I, Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
He has recommended and agreed that he would accept a condition on the approval to meet all those requirements. Is that correct?
Yes, and I mean, yes.
And I believe we should conclude the public hearing item before we get into the discussion of.
Let's go through all the hearing. Excuse me, we got all that stuff now, so just.
Mr. Chairman, the minutes are difficult.
Excuse me. No, let's just, we're gonna take this thing, we're not done with this yet, so let's just keep decorum the right way. I understand that, So we're going to, we've got lots of other things there I think that we need to talk about. Were there others that were on our list to speak here? David Hare? Okay, all right, let me get this. Call him. All right, Paige. All right.
And Mr. Stegman, can you put the map back up for me, please? Good evening.
Your name and address, please.
My name is Paige Oots Owen. I live on Oots Road 240.
That little triangle right there where all solar panels are circling with the gray dot in the middle, that is my home. My house will be less than 200 feet from these solar panels. My well is less than 500 feet from these solar panels. My neighbor across the street, his well is less than probably 50 feet from these solar panels. But let me get to it. My ancestors came here in the late 1700s. They have been in Edgefield County since 1800. They have been in the Oots Road area ever since then. And y'all want, excuse me, Cypress Creek would like to come in and destroy my family land. These solar panels have heavy metals in them: lead, silver, arsenic, cadmium. They can lead to kidney damage, damage to your nervous system. High levels of lead can cause brain and kidney damage if get into the soil. What happens if it gets into my well water? Do you have county water that can provide that for me? Is there county water out there where I can tap into? My kids' rooms are on the side of the house where the solar panels will be. There is a constant hum every day from these solar panels. If there is a full moon, it will be a constant hum at night. I don't want that for my family. There can be damage to these solar panels. Birds fly into them. In California, a bird hit a solar panel and caused a 1,200-acre fire. Who will replace my home and my family memories? Stray bullets can hit these. Lightning can strike these. Hail can damage these solar panels. They say they will have 2 or 3 people monitoring this. How can you monitor 800 acres of solar panels every single day? What if they leak these heavy metals into the soil? What if they get into Turkey Creek? It is a $2,500 fine per mussel that is damaged from any pollutants. What if it leaks Savannah River? Turkey Creek goes straight into the Savannah River. What about those pollutants? What about our wildlife? We have a panther out there. Where does he go when 1,200 acres has been cleared? What about the bald eagle that has been sighted? If his nest is on this land, is that not a federal preserve for this bald eagle? We have bears, along with the Carolina hill splitter. Going back to the home, I recently learned today, this home can stress rabbits. They can lose their hair. They cannot thrive without their wildlife in this home. According to the cemetery, I have been to it. I take my children to it. I tell them the history. It is a Civil War cemetery with slave graves that are hand-carved. Will they see that close up? Will they let the public get to that cemetery so their ancestors can go see it? What about road conditions when they build this? Who can come in and help our infrastructure? There will be bulldozers, logging trucks, you name it. We barely have a 2-lane road. Who will help me preserve that? I just feel that since the property owners are not Edgefield County residents, none of these property owners live in the county or even around this solar farm. So why do I have to look out my door every day and be surrounded on all 3 sides, almost 3 sides of my property by solar panels when I move to the country to see trees? And I move to my family land. Why do I have to look at this for somebody to make $1 off of it? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Alan McDowell. State your name and your address, please.
My name is Alan McDowell. I live at 800 Long Cane Road. Rocky Creek runs through my side yard, less than 100 yards from my house. I have a letter here for everyone that is from Mr. Manley D. Paget, who has land, not land, but his family's graveyard is on this particular piece of property. You can read the letter for yourself, but basically what it says that his great-grandfather is buried there. His great-grandmother is buried there in this particular cemetery on these lands. And it is my request that the final resting place of my ancestors be left undisturbed
and it is signed by Manly D. Paget, who happens to be about 92 years old. If you would want the original copy for your records, I have the original copy if you need that.
Kevin, do we need that?
Is that what we were just submitted?
We have a legible copy here.
As long as you have a legible copy and you're okay, that's fine.
That's fine. Keep that one.
We have been dealing with the prospect now of having Caddis Solar come waltzing into our neighborhood and put up this solar farm. I don't live directly next to this solar farm, but I ride down Newts Road. I vote in Edgefield County. These are my neighbors. These are my friends. They are affected by it. If it was in my backyard, they would be here for me. They say it won't affect property values. I'd like to call bull on that one. You're gonna go and buy a house next to a 1,300-acre stripped piece of land with metal and glass plates on it for your family? No, you're not gonna do that. Neither are you or anybody else on this board going to do that. They're ruining our way of life. We like to just ride down the road and be able to see trees and not empty fields. It's already been mentioned that they will be spraying. There are enough pollutants already going into this creek. This is a very important watershed. I know we just look like a bunch of rubes and bumpkins. I got news for you. We are not, and we stand together. We do not want it. We do not want the pollutants in our water. We don't want to look at glass and steel. Oh, that's right. It can be recycled, right? Oh, yeah. Okay, 8 cents a pound. You do the math. You're going to pay somebody $15, $20 an hour to go out there and cut down and pull up pipes and wires and recycle it for 8 cents a pound? No, you're not. That land, once it's done like that, is going to be ruined forever. It will never be the same. What's Edgefield County going to do about it? When the pollutants, where's the only place you can have those panels recycled? I ask you, where can you have them recycled? Where in the United States can you go today to have those panels recycled? Tell me.
Excuse me, sir.
It's kind of
Sir,
quiet.
We're trying to keep this thing limited 3 minutes. We're already over
I
2 minutes.
appreciate your listening to us as a community and as a community of voters. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Stephen Bryan. Okay. State your name and your address, please.
Thank you.
My name is Stephen Bryant. I live at 129 Butler Avenue, North Augusta, South Carolina. I was asked by this neighborhood to represent them and evaluate this project.
What's your expertise?
I have a bachelor's in agricultural and biological engineering, and I have a master's in engineering civil. And I've been developing properties for over 20 years. Massive properties, thousands of acres at a time. I have experience in wetlands, mitigation, endangered species, interactions. And so they asked me to look at this from an engineering side, so completely technical. Edgefield County Code, Section 2484 on solar panels requires a letter from a registered South Carolina engineer stating that the panels are placed in such a way as not to be offensive to traffic or residents. In the applicant's package, there is a letter from a South Carolina registered electrical engineer stating that he has reviewed the site plan and states without hesitation the project would not materially endanger the health, safety of any residents in the county. There would be no hazardous glare to traffic or local residents. That statement is completely inaccurate and misleading at best. Based on the documents submitted to the Planning Commission, there does not appear to have been any detailed site visit or analysis to evaluate the visual effects the solar would have on the adjacent properties or roadway. Based on a detailed engineering evaluation, it is my professional opinion that this solar farm will absolutely produce negative effects on the adjoining property owners as well as the local traffic, specifically due to its size and lack of any substantial buffer.
Excuse me, are you a licensed professional engineer?
I'm licensed in the state of Florida, South Carolina, and Georgia.
Okay, I just want
Oh,
to
yeah.
establish
I
your
know what I'm
credentials, giving your opinion, okay.
If you look at the first sheet on the big set of plans I gave you, this analysis took into account the lines of sight from adjoining property owners to this development. The lines of sight are from both the house and properties. Based on the current topography with no grading, there's a substantial visual detriment to the residents. With this proposed grading, the issue will be magnified. I just want you to see where you look at the arrows, that's the direction in which they're going to be viewing it from their houses. Now, if you go to sheet 2 and 3, I put together some profiles. These profiles will give you a good indication of how adverse that visual effect will be to the solar farm. You can see the blue sight lines. That's somebody's eye looking out of their house or from the road. I give you the distance of that, how far they can see, and the total area of solar panels that will be within their view is highlighted in yellow. You're looking at anywhere from 800 to over a half a mile of solar panel views from the road, from people's houses. If you go to the last sheet, it's a slope analysis that I did. The slope analysis was developed from the USGS LiDAR data. It's extremely accurate. The table shows extensive areas of steep slopes on this property, and they're in orange and red. There's 152 acres with slopes in excess of 20%, 324 acres greater than 15, and 707 acres greater than 10. These areas will be extremely susceptible to erosion, sedimentation, and turbidity into the critical habitat for the endangered species on the property and surrounding properties, to include potential flooding. Based on my initial research, SCDNR, there's several were mentioned. Splitter is globally critically endangered. Another one is the relic trillium plant. It can only be identified during the spring when it blooms from March to April. U.S. Forest Service states specifically that this species is of high conservation concern and all sites should be protected. It is only found in Alabama, Georgia, and South Carolina. On the smaller handout, you can see the maps of the locations of those species. The heel splitter is very critical. It only occurs in two known locations in the whole U.S. With 1,000 acres proposed for this solar farm, there will be significant changes to the critical habitat for these endangered species, from water temperature changes in the creeks, sedimentation, contamination, and turbidity from the construction. All these factors will have a detrimental effect on the continuance of the species. Even slight changes in turbidity or water temperature could devastate those populations. In the September 9, 2020 issue of Stormwater Magazine, an article entitled Solar and Stormwater, it states, the main stormwater issue associated with solar arrays is the concentrated discharge of stormwater runoff, which can accelerate stormwater flow and flooding, increases erosion, scouring, contamination, sediment accumulation.
Can you try to summarize this real quick? We're trying to keep, we're already at 5
Paragraph
minutes.
and a half. It's very important. And the water quality and detention, all of which will impact critical habitat. The submitted package by the developer has not addressed the wetlands and state waters beyond the National Wetlands Inventory map data. On that last sheet, that colored map, those red areas and yellow areas, those are steep. Those are tributaries to the initial creeks. Those things need to be surveyed. They need to be approved by the Corps of Engineers. Additionally, the entire property needs to be surveyed for the known populations of the endangered species, the locations of active fish and wildlife restoration sites prior to this project even being considered for development. This is just part of doing due diligence. The proposed location for the solar farm is premature, lacks specific details to mitigate concerns with environmental sensitive areas and adverse impacts to adjoining residents in any meaningful manner. My recommendation is this project should be denied until a proper consultation with U.S. Fish and Wildlife, SCDNR, and the Corps of Engineers has been conducted. The county needs to fully understand the true impacts to this area before considering approval of such a large project.
All right, thank you very much.
And the last handout that I gave you, it's from Agribusiness, and they talk about the detriment of solar farms to your ag. You will lose
We
this
will get-
1,000 acres.
Well, thank you very much. We'll get these all submitted and, Stephen Bryant? That, okay. Liz Posey? You're fine? No comment? That is all that I have on the speaking list right now.
I have one written comment, sir.
Excuse me?
I have one written comment.
Could you read that, please?
This is from Angela Corbin at 728 Key Road. I am writing to you in regards to the following item to be considered at tonight's Planning Commission meeting, Cata Solar. As a resident of the county, I am very concerned about a solar farm of this size. While the zoning is still in the draft phase, I know the area of this development is proposed to be rural agricultural. As per the comprehensive plan adopted on June 4th, 2019, rural agricultural, this category represents low-intensity rural land uses including undeveloped natural areas, forested areas, tree farms, floodplains, pastures, fields, and active agricultural land uses, barns, accessories, buildings, and single-family dwellings. The category includes vacant land generally suited for agriculture, animal husbandry, hunting, fishing, hiking, camping, forestry, wetlands, stream buffers, floodplains, and other conservation uses. The category also includes land that is desirable to be maintained in a natural state to protect the public health, safety, and welfare as a buffer or long-term future use. Some passive recreation features such as trails and boardwalks. The proposed development of more than 1,200 acres as a solar farm by no stretch of the imagination can be considered to meet the intent of the rural agricultural land use. I do not believe allowing this sort of land development in this area is in the interest of our county or its residents. If the Planning Commission is not willing to outright deny this application at tonight's meeting, then at the very least they should require the developer to submit an environmental impact study for consideration before making a decision. I am asking the Planning Commission to consider the long-term impacts this development could have on our county and to deny this land development application. If possible, I would like my email/comment to be included at tonight's meeting, and as I am unable to attend.
Okay, I think we can entertain a few people from the audience who have not spoken. Yes, ma'am? Yes, okay. Please come forward then and state your name and your address.
My name is Alice Oops. I live at 232 Oops Road. I am married to Larry Oops, right there, who has lived on this property for 64 years. Born there, reared there, hunted rabbits, all when Canal Wood used to own that land, and the federal land, whatever the federal land thing used to be. He can tell you every spot on every piece of land around us. My daughter was raised there. My grandchildren are going to be raised there. Our land butts up to some of it back toward Turkey Creek, but not all of it, not like my daughter's. And I'm just asking you to please just end this tonight. I mean, this is a nightmare for us. I mean, that road is a beautiful, beautiful road. And the people that are kind of wanting to do this have always known him to be a land developer, like not land developer, but grow trees, cut trees, replant trees. And that's what's happened on this land for the 43 years that I've been there. And I'm sure it's happened longer than that. So I'm just asking, please, please consider this.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Anyone else who has not spoken would like to say some words? Yes, sir. Come on up, say your name and your address.
My name is Brandon Banks. I live at 231 Oots Road. I'm new to Edgefield County. I've grown to love this place, very beautiful. I moved my family here, thinking that it would be a good place I could raise my kids. I literally could reach out through my fence and probably get a trespassing charge. The safety issues I have with this is for my kids. Some people don't have as much money in this world as others. Me thinking this could be the place I could settle down, raise my family, and live a good life, it's turning into a nightmare. Because if my kids get sick from this, what am I going to do? You know what I'm saying? It breaks my heart to think that my kids could be hurt but then I have nothing else to do for them. You know, and that makes me a bad parent, which I don't want to be and won't be. I would like for this to be denied. I don't want to, I can't look at no solar panels outside the yard. What are my kids gonna do? You know, there's a lot of hazards involved with these as well. But I got kids to feed and make sure it's safe. And I can't do that with this right next door to me. And my well is right next door to these solar panels. Right next door. I don't really have much else to say. But thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Anyone else who hasn't spoken who would like to say some words? Wait a minute, we have one gentleman coming up first. One one of you guys,
He's younger than I am, so he's got to wait.
Yeah, there you go, that's fine. Could you give us your name and your address,
My
please?
name is William Bryan, and I live at 137 Oots Road on property that's been in my family since 1905, and it ain't for sale. And I don't want to abuse it, and I don't want this solar panel as my next door neighbor. I ride up and down Oots Road. I walk up and down Oots Road. Not every day, depending on the weather, but I do not appreciate somebody going there spoiling my view when I'm walking up and down the road. Like I say, this land has been in my family since 1905, and I ain't moving. I've worked in Graniteville for 38 years. I was getting ready to retire, so I moved back home to Edgefield at 137 Oots Road, and that's where I will stay the rest of my life. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for your comments, sir. One more gentleman. State your name and your address, please.
My name's Alan Mock. I live at 200 Oots Road. I live right in the middle of all these people. I've been living on that land for 4 months. I moved here not for that solar panel farm. I knew nothing about it when I bought my place. Probably wouldn't have bought it if I would have known about it. I don't want that around my family, my animals. I mean, that ain't good for the environment or nothing else. You know, from what I'm hearing here tonight, there's no way y'all can vote to approve this thing. I mean, use your own judgment, but, you know, remember, y'all got to live with the decision y'all make tonight. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think Robert Caddis would like
yes.
to rebut.
My name is Ben May. I live at 11 Gratitude Drive, Ashland, North Carolina. We very much would like to delay this because of the information presented tonight. We sent multiple rounds of letters to the neighbors, received no feedback. We included an online Excel form, received 2 anonymous things that were not constructive. The plan was to have an open, transparent, equitable process to try to get the solar farm through the process. We received no comments. And again, we've received a lot of comments tonight that we want to take into account. And if the end of all that we do our best to try to meet the neighbors' points, which has been talked about during the planning commission here, that we try to be good neighbors, we want that opportunity. If at the end of the day that we try to do that and we try to add setbacks, try to add buffers, try to meet the requirements that's been presented, and you all vote no to that, that is fine with us. We would just like the opportunity to meet the U.S. Fish and Wildlife comments, meet these other comments, bring our experts, talk to all the concerns. And if at the end of that y'all still want to vote it down, that's fine with us. We do just want the opportunity to do that. So we would propose, and I'm sure y'all can talk about it, to either mutually agree to delay it, or we would plan to withdraw our application.
I appreciate that. I think we'll take that into consideration.
One comment I'd like to make on this is, you know, we've had some developers try to come into our property that's zoned industrial. And, you know, we encourage them to go find property that's zoned for residential use. I would encourage you guys, there's some property for sale in the industrial area, and I know Mr. Williams, who I think is here tonight, Mr. Paradise, I believe it's been encouraged that industrial companies stay in the industrial park and in that surrounding area. So, you know, I definitely don't think your solar farm is a fit in this area. It's definitely an industrial use, and I think you should possibly look at a different area of the county, would be my opinion.
Okay, I think, one moment, please, one moment. I don't want this, we'll all just keep control here for just a minute. I think that we're in the process, we've heard from all of those who had signed up to speak. We've been through that process. We have the written comments of those here. So I really think that what we have is a process now where we can do some kind of deliberation. It appears that we're going to have some kind of delay in this so we can answer, the proponent can answer either some of these questions, and we'll move on from there. How we exactly do that, we'll probably take maybe one more comment. Go ahead, please. Can you stand up, please, so we know, I know you're from.
Ma'am, could you speak into the microphone?
Move a little closer so they can get you.
That they have tried to reach out to community members. From who I've spoken to, they have only sent letters to adjacent property owners. My parents lived next to it, but my grandfather is the landowner. They did not send the letters to my parents, who is the homeowner. So only adjacent property owners have received those letters, not everybody in the community.
And I think that's a great comment, because those are the kind of things that the proponent would have to say, is that they need to contact a few other people around the areas and stuff. So we'll get those things. I think we have one more comment here. Can you come on up to the front and tell us your name and your address?
My name is Lauren Widener. I live at 297 Gray Street. I'm representing for my daddy, who lives on 188 Hamilton. As far as being contacted, my father has contacted them. There was no reply. And I do want to make a comment on as far as I work for Solar Fields. And as far as the things that are in these panels, they have to be destroyed and taken care of like radioactive material. There's no place here to do that. It has material in there that is the 6th most dangerous toxin to humans. It's candium telluride. I'm country. I can't say things very well, so you can look it up. But there's also lead and other things in there. And like they said, the well water is a very, very thing that needs to be looked at, because you're going to be hurting a lot of people with this stuff. And that's about all I got to say.
Thank you very much. Great comment.
So my understanding from the applicant is that you are willing to postpone the automatic approval so that this could be further discussed.
So we don't need to take a motion or to do anything to do that. Is that correct?
I think you'd need to take a motion to continue it to either the next meeting or to a future meeting.
You want to put that together as a motion?
Because it's.
All right, I think we're going to go to, all right, we have one more comment. I'm trying to be really open, because we got a lot of people spend a lot of their afternoon here, and we do appreciate that very much, so.
My name is Mickey Owen. I live at 240 Oops Road, right beside where they're talking about building this mess. I got two questions. If it's approved, if you want to be a good neighbor, are you going to build a house beside my house, or can I sell you my house? Two. These two gentlemen over here, I know they're government officials and this and that and the other. Well, I know one of them is. How much is y'all's pockets is getting padded for this?
0.
Can I say BS?
Thank you. All right. All right, I think we're here at the point. I appreciate everyone coming here tonight. It really is. You can't believe how many times we come up here in the Planning Commission and we're talking to a bunch of empty chairs out there. So it's good to have you here tonight. You're doing the county's business, and we hope to continue with that. I think we're going to have a motion here
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to continue the Caddis Solar Farm to a later date. with the consent of the applicant.
Indefinite time period?
We can call it indefinite. We can make a plan to come to the workshop in December and then plan to come to the January. I mean, we can call it indefinite today and then work it out with Kevin and plan it. I'm happy to talk about strategy there. Again, my concern is we do an indefinite and don't come back, or we come back in December and folks are traveling for the holidays. So if it's fine with you all to try to come up with a plan, we can delay it if we need to. I'm happy to do that, or just call it indefinite and call it a day.
Indefinite, I think, would be fine, but probably not to exceed 3 months or something for now.
Your motion hasn't been seconded, so you can, just.
You want to revise?
Okay, yeah, so I'll make a motion that we continue, discussions on Caddis Solar Farm indefinitely. Can I get a second?
I second.
With the developer's consent.
With the developer's
Yep,
consent.
consented. Thank you.
All those in favor?
Discussion.
Okay, excuse me. Do we have a discussion on this now?
I said what I had to say
Yeah.
earlier, Mr. Chairman.
Tracy?
I guess I'm a little perplexed as to why we're doing it indefinite. If it's what the majority here wants, why are we making provisions? What more can he add on for just for the fact that they don't want it? So, I mean, that's like a.
I think that one thing, it appears that there are some information from Fish and Wildlife Service and others that has not been received, and they have not had a chance to review those things. So I think we need to give them enough time to do those things so we can adequately review everything that they have received, and to also ensure that we don't jump through this thing too fast.
It gives us time to do our proper due diligence as well.
Yes.
To make the right decision.
So with that having been said, I think this will be back on the agenda. I don't know if how we will work that at the next.
My understanding of the motion is that it was indefinite with the consent of the applicant. So that would be worked out between the applicant and the chairman as putting it on the agenda at a future date.
All right, is that agreeable? I think that's what, okay, so that's that's our motion that we have before us. Let's vote on this now. All those in favor of the motion, raise your right hand. All in favor? Thank you. Thank you for that. So. We have 2 more items still on the list here
Mr.
tonight.
Chairman, do we want to maybe allow a minute or two for folks
Okay.
from Caddis to exit?
That would be fine. Thank you all for coming.
That's everybody.
You know, I just want to say this, we cut down that one subdivision here, just one, he wants to build in the industrial area. And we all agreed and was told by the officials that industrial should stay in our industrial park. We got an empty industrial park. That's where industrial should go.
That would be a great thing to have there.
You need one?
Yeah, work through Kevin, he'll be with me,
Yeah.
things like that, you know.
I will.
I do appreciate what you're doing.
Yeah.
I was a Fish and Wildlife Service employee for 13 years, you know, on the fisheries side, and I'm familiar with all these things you mentioned and stuff here. So
Thanks. We got a lot of information tonight that we weren't aware of. Some, you know, these things come at us at light speed.
T&E survey.
There's so much going on in the county, it's hard for us to keep up. So we're trying to stretch things out so we can do our due diligence. And I appreciate your information.
Okay. Okay. Well, that's really what we need to do. I mean, there's a lot of bells and whistles to go. Are you getting any federal money on this? Okay. So you'll have to comply with anything the federal government does. You know, I mean, I don't know even about a cultural resource survey or something. I don't know. All those things. You guys are.
I think it needs to be
Seems like
in the
we've got a
industrial
lot of
area.
work to do.
It's too big.
You guys got a lot of work and stuff to do so we can get
Thanks
it
for
all
your time.
together here. All right. Thank you all very much.
Okay.
Thank you for that.
I've been inundated with information tonight. I do appreciate it. So if I do, we can get back in touch with you.
Where's my rubber stamp? Let's stamp it.
So what that, man, it's been a long time since I
Where are your
stayed
rubber stamps?
My first part of my career in doing T&E, we did the actual field surveys, the T&E surveys, the wetlands management, the wetlands litigation, wetlands banking. I mean, you got, there's just 1,000 things there. And to me,
Well, we got those two on. Red been trying to call me, probably wonder what not happening.
Well, I ain't even looked at mine. I didn't think I brought it in.
Just like me voting yes on Madison Point, I'm gonna be consistent. We're gonna consistently keep industrial in the industrial park.
Yeah, you're right on that. I agree on
yeah,
that.
that was an excellent comment. I'm glad you called
Yeah,
it.
that's a good one.
Because that's something that needs to be considered. I gotta have a little bit more. We got two more.
Ready. I think that might, I'm gonna walk out.
Hey, we're earning our money tonight.
We can't do for one and then not do for another.
It's true.
You talk about getting a lawsuit. You know that developer that we denied over there, was right here, he's the one that's doing Angela Cove.
Right,
You know?
yeah.
So, well, why does he might wanna, come back with revisions for the.
You mean the solar guy?
No, no, the one that, the little guy that.
I don't know why, I
because
guess
of
he
the
didn't like the
well.
1 acre lots.
He didn't want, I don't think
Yeah,
that lot, so
but,
he
I mean,
gonna
but-
take another, he gonna bag up and get him another.
But the other guy, he was right in coming and say, a lot of people don't know the airline ship, all the noise, I mean, you gotta take all that into consideration.
But this guy down there raised a plane, he built, they got it on fire supply, see, right there. He got one of the speed tests, but then that thing go out there, it sound like 10 kilowatts.
And you know, they gonna end up with a whole subdivision with no residents, cause when people turn on all the noise, they ain't not, you done did all that for nothing.
They ain't got to worry about me buying a house by airport, I can tell you that.
But see, that little private drive every time if a plane comes, you have to pull over to the side, so you go down races, cause see, I don't.
That's where your friend live?
That's where my friend live, you know, we get in the current, we take the plane, come out, we go down the driveway, you get there. I had two, I don't know, he sold them in Atlanta, but I wouldn't be able to.
Well, these other two gotta be pretty, that one down over there, her thing gotta be real quick. The daycare.
You know what?
Oh, but, and, you know what, animate, from the bottom, go up to the top, I used to stay right there at the top of that hill. Go down from the bottom, go all the way to the top. That's all right, you know, if you keep straight, you run, if you were to go through her house, you go through her house and hand her in. She said, the Williams. Okay, the Watson's stay on this side, and when she stays, if you down on top of, if you start at, straight up
Just
to
go to
here,
college, don't bring
and
your
that
hat.
place is Tyson Jones. Turn the bottom, what's he gonna do, turn the bottom shop?
Well, he went, he got 100 different, right?
Yeah, he got that too, yeah, and the, old, bar. What about, But he bought that thrift, with that thrift store right there from the store they live. Now, he need to clean that up. That is just like a jungle. Yeah, he took it back behind 100, he owned all of it. All he was trying to buy it all the way up to the house. But he bought that house with John's place in it. He didn't buy John's place, but all the rest of it. An old thrift store. Yeah. You need to clean it up now, cause it's going wild.
That one includes number one, Highway 101.
Somebody fooling with y'all.
We ready?
You wanna wait for Commissioner Gabriel?
Yeah.
The pay is great. Yeah. is great.
You know you were. Does the term sink or swim come to mind?
I'm gonna put me in my storage building.
We're over here to, Corner Boat Storage. Just a minute.
Put me up a boat, they can. Yeah, but put them up, but it's that man at Modoc Show right there.
Uh-huh.
They got 30 adding on. They
Oh,
put them up
really?
fast.
Oh, yeah, you know, I did see that.
And the
the
guy
other
at
day
Plum
when I
Branch
was
right there, he's 30
Yep.
adding on right there.
Mm. I've got legal dictionaries for third graders on Saturday. Mr. Chair, Rotary Club, we get dictionaries earlier on Saturday. As long as these agendas are prepared. No, but it's really not fair to us to have an agenda this long. We don't have time to really process things. I wish we could, when our agendas are this long, I would propose that we get it on next month's meeting to discuss having 2 meetings a month.
It's gonna be,
I know that's
I
wrong.
can't stand that.
I know, you know, I mean, that's like I said.
Me too, I'll help you push it.
I went out there and let them know if you can proceed if you would. There you go.
Yeah, yeah, 'cause we need to have some concrete, right?
All right, that's, back in session here again. I think we're down to, land development application for the corner, boat storage on parcel such and such on Woodland Road and, Martintown Road. I believe that's where okay, are close in that vicinity right there. So we got a public hearing, now. Do we have anyone who had submitted written comments?
I do not believe so.
Do we have anyone who wants to speak?
Yeah, the sheet's up there. I don't believe anyone signed up for it.
I have the sheet, there's no names on there. Is there anyone here who would like to speak, say anything? Okay, review, planning commission. Comments, anything from, or do we want to go to a motion?
Mr. Chairman, I'll make a motion to approve, corner boat storage.
I second.
All those in favor, raise your right.
Discussion,
Oh, discussion? Any discussion?
I thought that's what the planning review was. Review it, discuss it, and vote on it.
All right, no discussion? Okay, let's take a vote. All those in favor, right hand. Okay. Thank you, gentlemen.
Appreciate your patience.
Thank you. It's a durability contest.
Y'all could have built that boat storage in this amount of time.
All right, now we're down to the land development application for T&W after-school program. That's on 11 Calhoun Street in, I think that's Johnston.
That's right, that's me.
Public hearing, do we have any person who would like to, any comments on that? Okay, state your name and your address.
Whoa. I think this is a fantastic idea. We need all the help we can get with kids. All right. Anything we can do to promote our kids and support our kids, I think is great. So I'll say yeah.
Thank you, thank you. Any other comments? Anyone? Could we have a?
Mr. Chairman, I motion that we, approve the application, plan for the, T&W after.
I second that motion.
Any discussion? Okay, good. Let's take a vote. All those in favor, raise your right hand. Approved. All in favor. Thank you very much. It's been an interesting evening, and we appreciate everybody coming out. I do think that's a great thing you're going to do over there. I want to drive by it once you get it in operation, and be careful with those kids out there. Thank Thank y'all very
Thank
much.
you.
I look forward to seeing construction going here.
Motion to adjourn.
Good. Now I
Mr.
need
Chairman, I'd like to make a motion to adjourn.
do you second?
Second.
All those in favor? We're adjourned. We're done. We're out of here.
Motion to adjourn a non-debatable.
Where you get that from? That's not in the Robert Rules of Order. That's not in the Robert Rules of Order. I know it, yeah. I'm a politician.